on the board as also attending this evening. They are not members of the committee, but they have joined on this evening to listen to testimony. And our other colleague, Evelyn Rodriguez, is just joining us. She is part of our committee. And so I will, what I will do is give a little bit of information of how this meeting is going to go. We will listen to 1 through 6 and make a determination on those items. We will close the meeting and then have discussion and make appointments of the six appointees that are here to speak this evening. Items 7 and 8, once we come back to the meeting, we will then open it up for the New Haven Board of Alders approving the Regina Rush Kittle as a Chief Administrative Officer and appointment of Renee Dominguez as Chief of Police. These are long items, so I don't want to hold up people that are here on just regular appointments this evening. So this is the way. Any objections, please let me know. Seeing none, I would like to also announce that Alder Furlow has also joined us. And please let me know if I'm missing any. Adam Arshana is also on the call. Let me see if I see anyone else.
I think
Not
that's
at the
about
moment.
it. Right.
I think that's about it. Okay. Do we have Linda McDowell? Is she on the line?
Yes, I'm here.
Hello, how are you?
Good, thank you. How are you?
Good, thank you. Linda, you don't have to stay on through the whole meeting. You can click off when you are done speaking to my colleagues. Our assistant, Misty Mazza, will let you know of the determination of the meeting. It's up to you. You can stay on or click off, whichever you prefer. Linda, you're being appointed to the Commission on Disabilities. And we would like to know, why do you want to sit on such a committee that a lot of people would probably give some good advice, and hopefully you'll be able to bring something to this committee that will help expand their work that they've been doing for the last few years.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, professionally, I'm a special educator. I went into that field deliberately and with purpose, changing careers about 10 years ago, because I have a family member who has a disability. I'm very involved in the educational aspects of people with disabilities, but I also bring over a decade of elections experience as well. And people with disabilities have unique challenges when it comes to elections and their right to vote as well.
Absolutely. That's wonderful to hear. Alder Hamilton, you have any questions?
Thank you, Chair Santana. Good evening, Miss McDowell. Am I pronouncing it right?
No, thank you. It's McDonough. McDonough.
Oh, I apologize.
All right, forgive me. I apologize. Miss Linda McDonough, welcome. All right, you have a family member that you said might have a disability or challenge. So do I. So if appointed, are you prepared, ready that you can serve? You know when these meetings are held, that sort of thing?
Yes, absolutely. I've been attending for the past several months now.
Okay, so you are prepared if appointed. So what do you bring to the table for this commission, the Disabilities Commission?
Well, in addition to my professional background and my personal life experience, I'm also active within my community. I chaired a beach cleanup a few weeks ago. We're organizing a clothing drive at the tree lighting. So I do a lot within the community as far as reaching out with neighbors and building positive experiences in the community. I also have a bit of a social background as far as social media. And I think it's very important that we let more folks know what the commission does, what we're able to do, that there's services out there, because there are services out there. And I think it's important that we get to know who in our community has needs that maybe aren't being met, and how can we work together to fulfill that.
Excellent. Cooperation and collaboration. I love it. Sounds great. Thank you so much. Thank you,
Thank
Chair
you.
Santana. I'm good.
Thank you. Alder Rodriguez, do you have any questions for Linda McDowell?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, I do not have any questions. Thank you for
so
your
much.
interest.
Alder Marks, any questions?
None at this time. Thank you, Chair.
Alder Saban,
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here, Ms. McDonough. I was just was wondering if you might be able to talk a little bit about your experience working with elections and how you would bring that experience to the Commission on Disabilities, and if there are any issues specifically that you've seen that you would like the city to address.
Thank you, Alder Saban. Yes, actually, there are. There is a system in place that is not just for people with disabilities. It's called the IVS system. And this is great when there's long lines and people are waiting and waiting to cast their ballot, but the privacy booths are filled up with people filling in paper ballots. Any electorate is allowed to use the IVS system. And this is a small little computer that's incredibly easy to use. If you have, say, a vision or a sight deficit, it can play audio for you. And then you make your selection onto the touchscreen. If you just want to do it on a screen instead of using your hand, maybe there's a physical impairment, or again, with a sight impairment and you can't see the tiny little circles. And again, you do not need to have a disability to use this system. And it would be great if more people knew about it, and that would include moderators, and if they would offer it to folks.
Yeah, thank you for, I've seen the system in action at the polls before, and it's great. Thank you for highlighting that, and excited to have your perspective in city government potentially. Thank you so much. No more questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
thank you, Alder Saban. And Ms. McDonough, I forgot to ask you your name and address for the record.
Okay.
That is something I needed to ask you first off, and I apologize.
Sure, that's fine, Madam Chair. It's Linda McDonough, 45 Stewart Street, New Haven, 06512.
Thank you. And I'm also interested in that system as well. I have not seen it used in our area and our polling places. And I know that there are a lot of individuals who can't walk to the polls, but our moderator does go out to the car and bring them a paper ballot. But if someone has this computer, this little computer that they can use, that would be even better. And so it'll make it more convenient for people who go to the polls to be able to vote, feeling like themselves and not being hindered. They take pride in coming, and they want to know that their voice is being heard. And so if we can give them an opportunity, that's a great benefit to the city. So thank you very much for letting us know about that. And I'll hope to learn more as we go forward. And that's all I have for you this evening. Thank you so much. And we'll take the next person, which is Harvey Feinberg. Thank you, Linda. Have a great evening.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You as well. Happy holiday to everybody.
Thank you. You too.
We'd like to recognize Alder Santana before Mr. Feinberg. Alder Walker Myers is also on the call.
Oh, thank you.
Mhm.
Okay, how do I get in? Shoot. All right, what's going on?
Harvey Feinberg is, okay.
You're on twice, Harvey. Mr. Feinberg, you're on twice. There
Okay.
is on the bottom, you should see participants, and you should be able to, it doesn't look like one is muted and one is not. So
Okay, can you hear me?
I can hear you, but we
Good.
also need to see you.
Right, I don't, the system isn't letting me in.
Okay, Misty, could you help
Right,
Mr. Feinberg?
okay. All right, there's a, something that says join as panelist. I'm gonna click on
Yes,
that.
yes. And then you're able to come in.
Unmute. Can you, all right, start video.
There you go.
Okay.
I see you.
Yeah. Okay, excellent, thank you.
Mr. Feinberg, could you tell us your name and address for the record?
I am Harvey Feinberg. I live at 189 Westwood Road in New Haven, Connecticut.
And you're being appointed to the Parks Commission.
That is correct.
And I know that that is a very important commission to our city. And we care deeply about our parks. And so I read a little bit about your background. So what do you feel that you can bring to the table that will enable the Parks Department to either do a better job or communicate more effectively?
Well,
What is your bringing to the table?
I think that my experience as a volunteer on other commissions will help me be a good commissioner, good parks commissioner. I'm also aware that there's a new discussion, at least new to me, about planting more trees in cities, particularly in poor neighborhoods. And I certainly would like to see the Parks Commission begin to implement a program to meet that need. I noticed that the Build Back Better legislation includes over $2 billion to promote the planting of trees in poor parts of cities. And I think it would be worthwhile and wise for the city of New Haven to embark on that program, make use of that money.
Absolutely.
And I really have discovered or participated in a variety of volunteer efforts within New Haven. I came here when I was 10 and was away for 9 years after college, and then have been here since 1969. And in one way or another have worked to contribute to my city.
That's great. Thank you, Mr. Feinberg. Alder Hamilton, any questions?
Thank you, Chair Santana. Hi, Mr. Feinberg. Sounds
Hi.
like you're ready and willing to go.
Very
so
much.
you're able to attend the meetings, and you talk about the planting of trees in the city. You know, are you familiar with URI?
Yes, we have a URI tree in front of our house, actually.
They do a lot of tree planting.
I think that the Parks Department has to perhaps work with URI to expand the number of trees that are planted each year.
You know, in everything, one of the things I am concerned about is not only the planting of trees, but also the maintenance of trees,
Exactly.
you know, which is very, very important, you know. Some trees I have noticed in our city are well overgrown, and I've like hugged up some utility lines and poles, and are very scary, you know, that needs to be addressed. So if you're appointed to the Parks Commission, you know, I would say that's one thing that is definitely in need of addressing a cooperative or a coordinated efforts at not only planting trees, but trimming and maintaining our trees, right?
Absolutely. I believe that the Parks Department needs more staff They've been cut back over the years. Where our budget may be improving, and that may be one area where the mayor can see fit to add to the personnel. I also agree with you that taking care of the trees is incredibly important. That's a responsibility of the Parks Department.
Right.
But what we discovered when URI gave us a tree was that we were expected to water the tree regularly.
Right.
And this is something I believe may require a little bit of convincing in certain neighborhoods to get the homeowner or homeowners to.
Right. Invested. Yeah.
Right. So I'm with you on that.
Excellent. And you'd be ready and willing to go if appointed, right?
Absolutely. I know that the meetings are Wednesday nights. I don't have conflicts, generally speaking, with Wednesdays.
Excellent.
Right. I'm on a different board, and they meet Thursdays.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Feinberg,
You're
for
welcome.
your willingness to serve. Thank you, Chair Santana. I'm all set.
Yep.
Chair Santana, are you there?
Yeah, I'm not on. Alder Rodriguez?
Yes,
Can you hear me?
thank you. Yes,
Okay.
thank you, Chair Santana. Mr. Feinberg, thank you for your interest in this commission. And my question is, what would you do in terms of the commission and its work in terms of increasing conversation, communication, and involvement of our children and youth in reference to caring for the environment and the increasing of trees in the city of New Haven? Thank you, Mr. Feinberg, and thank you, Madam Chair.
The Parks Department has a variety of programs, particularly summer programs, that strike me as, I don't know a lot about them, but strike me as very exciting. Some of those programs are free, and that's one way of doing it. The Parks Department has some relationship with the Barnard School environmental program, which would be another area that would fulfill your or meet your question. Years ago, the Parks Department had a canoeing program during the summer and maybe into the fall, whereby volunteers sat in the stern and we took residents either on the Mill River or the Quinnipiac River or the West River. And we went up and down a little bit, and I think the residents like it. That program is not in existence, according to my knowledge at the moment. Since I participated in it, I certainly would like to see it resurrected. Those are a couple of things I can think of offhand.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Alder Rodriguez. I would like to note for the record that Alder Carmen Rodriguez has also joined, and one of our committee members, Oscar Havarian, has also joined us. If he can go on video, that would be wonderful. Thank you. Alder Marks. Any questions?
you. Chair, Rosanna, yes. Well, my colleagues asked some really great questions. Mr. I don't want to say your name wrong, Flatbird, but it's really important. You know, parks do matter. I'm a big advocate for it myself. And I just want to see across the city, you know, that all parks, you know, be maintained in the same manner, you know. We just got a splash pad over in Gulf Street Park where we have the Friends of Gulf Street Park. And we've been doing some great things, you know, over there. We just want to see if, you know, in other areas, especially in those areas where, you know, not, you know, the parks are not, vibrant enough where people are paying attention, but the green spaces mean everything. And so happy to hear that, about the trees. So I'm just thanking you for in advance for, looking forward to better things happening with our parks commissioner. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. Alder Saban, any questions?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sort of to follow up on Alder Marx's question, I'd be interested to hear if you have any ideas about new investments or new programs that we could create to improve our parks or keep them clean and make sure that they're providing all of the opportunities for getting outside and enjoying nature and the city as possible, especially in the neighborhoods where they're needed the most.
Right. I noticed one thing on the website. I know that there are about 2,200 acres of parkland in New Haven, which includes more than 9 parks. Yet on the website, there's only a list of 9 parks. And I personally wondered why. Also, what I mentioned earlier, personnel. We only have a very small core of park rangers. And in order to expand programs, we need more park rangers. And we need more staff in order to maintain the parks, keep them in good shape, keep them clean. So that would be a second initiative that I would promote. And then I mentioned the canoeing program. There must be other programs that can be introduced into the city.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Feinberg. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Alder Saban. Alder, and I'm sorry. Harvey Habamania, is that how you say your last name? I apologize if I'm messing it up. You have any questions for our speaker? Unmute yourself, Oscar. You're unmuted. There you go.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is a follow-up on the question of Elder Yvette Hamilton.
Yes.
So it's about the trees already we have in the city. I would like to ask Mr. Harvey that if he joined the committee, if he would plan like a taking off, because some trees really invade the houses. So do you think you can insert the program of taking those bad trees on the streets, on neighborhood, near our houses? Because it's easy to plant, but what I see is hard to tell the city to take those trees.
The city, at least to my knowledge, is facing a terrible problem with the emerald ash borer. And there are, or were, I think many have been cut down, but there were 400 ash trees. There was a time when ash was a popular tree to plant in New Haven, quite a long period of time ago. Now the borer is here, and there's no cure for it. You might be able to delay the rot, but there's no cure for it. So we're faced with that particular problem. You're right, at various parts around the city, there are dead trees or stumps. The trees have been removed, but the stumps haven't. Now, that requires not only personnel, but equipment. And I know a year or two ago, the stump grinder was actually out of commission. I don't know what's happened more recently. So personnel, equipment, and getting a handle on the ash problem, in addition to what you're suggesting.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Alder Santana, you're on mute.
I apologize. Thank you.
No problem.
Yes, I thank you, Mr. Feinberg and Alder from Ward 22 for your questions. We don't have any more questions for you this evening, Mr. Feinberg, but you can certainly stay on or you can get off the call. And our staff person, Ms. T. Massa, will contact you regarding the results of tonight's meeting.
Well, I actually do have a commitment in a little while, so with your permission, I shall sign off.
Thank you.
very much. Thank you very
You're
much.
welcome. Thank you. I would also like to note for the record that Alder Steve Winter has joined us and Alder Kimberly Edwards has joined us. And the next person to speak this evening is Lucas Kreisfield. Hello. Luke, we can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
I
Yes.
can,
Oops.
but now you're muted again.
Okay.
Okay.
I think that
Steve-
fixed it.
All right, state your name and address for the record, please.
Hi, my name is Lucas Criffield. I live at 305 George Street, apartment 3H in New Haven, 06511.
Thank you. And you're being appointed to the Commission on Equal Opportunities.
Thank you. I hope so.
Well, we always can hope, and I'm sure, through our conversations, we'll get to know a little bit more about you as to why you want to join this committee. So please advise us what is your intent and what you feel you could bring to the table.
Of course. My intent is to be involved in local government and the betterment of the city in something that I have something to give, I suppose. And I thought that this commission could be a good fit for my skills because I've been committed to initiatives and volunteer work over the past 10 or so years that are all about empowerment and empowerment of historically disadvantaged groups. When I lived in Boston, I started out, I volunteered for an organization called Main Street Partners, which focused on giving business advice to small business owners that were from historically disadvantaged groups. And then when I moved to New Haven, I picked that up in a similar volunteering organization. It's actually a national organization called the SCORE Foundation, which provides mentorship to people who either have small businesses or starting small businesses. And it's to anyone, but again, the SCORE Foundation and the SBA, the Small Business Administration, have a focus on helping historically disadvantaged groups. And so I know that this commission works a lot in its charter is really focused on preventing discrimination is a big part of the charter, but it also does make reference to the empowerment of historically disadvantaged folks. And that's something I've been intimately involved in as a volunteer. It is something that I love doing and is something that I'd love to both learn and to learn more about and apply my existing skills to for the city.
It's a wonderful information that you've given us on your background. And I think I've heard of the Main Street. What did you say that was? The Main Street?
Main Street Partners. They operate in Boston, New York. So yeah, it's a good chance you'd heard of it.
Yeah, I have in a different work experience. But thank you so much. Alder Hamilton, any questions?
Thank you, Chair Santana. Hi, Lucas. Good evening. I'm not going to attempt the last name. I don't want to kill it. But so, you, if appointed, would be available to attend meetings, and it sounds like you've already done some research and are aware of what the Equal Opportunities Commission does, right?
That's correct. I've in speaking with, and I apologize, I forget the name of the representative with whom I was speaking, said that meetings were in the evenings, and I'm always available in the evenings, and so I can. And I have done some research, but I'm not going to claim to say I know everything. Actually, I'd have a lot more to learn than what I'd bring, I'm sure. Oh, and my last name, I don't think anyone ever gets it right, but it is Criffield. I know it's pretty weird.
No names are weird. It's just not
Tough to
familiar
pronounce.
to others.
Tough to pronounce.
Okay, very good. I thank you for your answer. I'm all set, Chair Santana. Thank you.
I would like to acknowledge that Alder Runker has joined us as a committee member. And Alder Rodriguez, do you have any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Criffield. And no, Madam Chair, I do not have any questions at this time. Thank you.
Alder Hurt, do you have any questions?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have any questions at this time. Thank you.
Alder Marks,
Not at this time, Madam Chair.
Alder Saban,
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for being here, Mr. Criffield. I think I got that right. I was just wondering if you could talk briefly about maybe some goals you have for your service on the Commission on Equal Opportunities and what you're hoping to accomplish.
Of course. Thanks, Alder Saban. The first goal is to participate and lend my experience and time to the folks already there and the items already on the commission, of course. In terms of new opportunities, I'd like to think about empowerment. I mean, that's the angle at which I've approached the topic of equal opportunities in my volunteer work. And I know there's so many resources in the city. I mean, between just an enormous amount of, say, educational resources between Yale, the community colleges in the city that are a few blocks away from me. I don't know off the top of my head what exactly is possible, and I know that there's already a lot of interaction between the city and the educational institutions. But that's something I'd like to explore for more opportunities to connect the city and those that need help with the fantastic resources and kind of knowledge and skills that exist within the city, within different organizations.
That's great. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
thank you, Alder Saban. Alder from Ward 22, any questions for Lucas? Alder from Ward 22? Alder Oscar Hayamera?
Hajarimana. I have no question for now, Madam.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you, Lucas, for your testimony this evening. And like I said to the others, you can sign off or stay on, whichever you prefer. It could be a long meeting. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
And I would like to acknowledge that Alder Roth has joined us as well. Our next person up is Michelle Rodriguez.
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yeah, Michelle, we need to have you go on video.
Do I join as stay as attendee?
Yes.
Which, please?
You should have gotten a notification, say join as a panelist.
Yes, I just got it. Thank you. Hello?
Yes.
Let me see. Okay. I'm in a car,
Hello.
everyone. I do apologize. I am in the hospital with my daughter who has to get a brace on her leg. So I'm in her ankle. So I do apologize.
Oh, that's horrible.
I just stepped out so I can do my civic duty here. So hi, everyone.
Michelle, I need your name and address for the record, please.
Michelle Lee Rodriguez, 33 Clay Street, New Haven, Connecticut, 06513.
Thank you. Michelle, you're being appointed to the Commission on Equal Opportunities. And tell me what you think that you can bring to the table that will help move this committee forward.
So thank you, Madam Chair, and all alders that are on. I'm interested in participating and serving on this commission to assist the department to empower the community in its best, to enhance their growth and the prosperity for those who are working in our civic duties. I have experience in assisting and putting policies together to ensure employees have fair opportunities to do better and to contribute to their social and economic households. I am also interested in to ensure to have employees understand their rights and their duties while in their workplace. In addition, ensuring that we are providing appropriate tools to improve their workplace journey. I am continuously expanding my knowledge so that I can learn more and to continue to serve our city and to the best of my ability. Again, I'm here to serve you. I'm here to serve the city and anyone to help as well.
Thank you so much, Alder, Michelle Rodriguez. Thank you. Alder Hamilton, any questions?
Thank you, Chair Santana. Just a quick one. Good evening, Michelle. How are you?
I'm good. You know, I'm trying to get things done today.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. I know you're a busy lady and you're a volunteer and work hard in the community, you know, and if appointed to the commission, are you going to make time in your busy schedule to attend the meetings? And do you know when they meet and all that good stuff?
I'm not sure when they meet, but yes, I am committed. As you all know, when I put myself into it, any project, whatever that may be, I'm committed to it till the end. Yes.
Okay, so we can be assured that you're. I know you're a busy lady. I know that you're a hard worker, and we appreciate all your service in the community. So, you know, if appointed, I want to know that you're going to be able to fit it in your busy schedule. Yes.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Thank you so much. Good to see you. Thank you, Chair Santana. I'm good.
Thank you, Alder Hamilton. Alder Rodriguez, any questions?
Thank you, Chair Santana, and thank you, Ms. Rodriguez, for your interest. I have no questions at this time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Alder Hurt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Ms. Rodriguez, for being on with us tonight, and I wish you the best and your daughter as well. I have no questions this time, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Alder Marks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just was listening to that, Michelle. She is a hard worker. And if she get into this position, they're just looking for her to pour even more into our Equal Opportunity Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Marks. Alder Sabin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez, for being here, especially under difficult circumstances. I was just quickly wondering, one of the responsibilities of the Commission on Equal Opportunities is to provide oversight for the city's minority contracting provisions or ordinances. And I was wondering if you have any thoughts about how we can do a better job of making sure that those ordinances are followed and enforced, and that we're doing everything we can to hire New Haven residents and New Haven residents from communities of color.
Well, absolutely. I am committed to making sure and ensuring that we are complying with that in our procurement policy for that in that area. It's important that we do hire our residents that pour out to our community and to empower them to be good stewards and work better in their workplace journey.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Alder Sabin. Alder from Ward 20.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. Now, I do not have any question. And thank you, Michelle, for your courage.
Thank you. Michelle, I know you for a long time and I know you're a very hard worker. And everything that you put yourself into, you dedicate 100%. So I have no questions, any further questions to ask you. Thank you so much for being here this evening. As I said to the others, you can either click off or stay on. It's up to you. Decision will be made, and Misty, our staff person, Misty Mazza, will get back to you on that.
It is an honor to be able to serve, and I hope to I look forward into working with all of you if I can. Thank you so much,
Thank you.
Alders. Thank you, Chair.
Our next person is Howard Boyd.
I can go home.
Misty, do we have Howard Boyd on the line?
Neither Howard Boyd or Charlie Blango are logged in.
They both are?
They both are not.
Oh, they're not. Okay. Charlie Blango. Okay, make another call. Howard Boyd. Mr. Boyd, if you're available, please click on the line. And Mr. Charlie Blanco, will you please address the committee if you're on the line? Mr. Boyd, are you on the line? Mr. Blanco, are you on the line? I don't see either of them on the line. So we have completed our committee announcements for this evening. So can I get a recommendation? Mr. Saban. Alder Saban.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to move items 5 and 6 for leave to withdraw.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Madam
Okay.
Chair, point of order.
Yes, ma'am.
Are we going to ask the public if there's
Yes,
going to be
ma'am.
any participation? Thank you,
Yes,
Madam
we
Chair.
are. Thank you very much. Any discussion on leave to withdraw for Howard Boyd and Charlie Blanco? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
Aye.
Is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on behalf of Linda McDonough, Harvey Feinberg, Lucas Crisfield, Michelle Rodriguez? Is there anyone from the public wishing to speak on Linda McDonough, Harvey Feinberg, Lucas Crisfield, Michelle Rodriguez? Once again, is there anyone from the public wishing to speak on Linda McDonough, Harvey Feinberg, Lucas Crisfield, or Michelle Rodriguez? Seeing none?
Madam,
Yes. Yes, Alder Saban.
Madam Chair, I move that we close the public portion of the hearing for items 1 through
1 through 4?
Second.
Okay. Has been moved and seconded. Discussion.
No discussion.
No discussion? Okay. All in favor of moving these items as approved from the committee, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, there's no opposed and there's no abstentions. The motion carries.
Madam Chair, I'd like to move that we amend item 3 to reflect that the term expiration date should be January 8th, 2025, rather than January 8th, 2024.
I
Okay, is there a
second the
second?
motion.
Okay, thank you, Alder Rodriguez. It has been moved and seconded. Discussion. No discussion. All in favor, say aye.
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 Madam Chair, I would like to amend item 4 to reflect that the term expiration date should be January 8th, 2025, rather than January 8th, 2024.
Is there a second?
Second the motion.
Okay, thank you, Alder Rodriguez. It has been moved in second. Discussion. Seeing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, those have been moved and amended, and so now we can go on to items 7 and 8. Mr. Sabin, what is your request at this time?
Madam Chair, I'd like to move items 1 through 4.
Okay,
Didn't we just move that?
we already did.
Didn't we just?
Already moved and
We did
seconded
that.
them.
Portion of the hearing.
Oh, okay. And now we did it in the open, I'm sorry, the closed portion of the meeting. We moved and seconded and we approved items 1 through 4.
My motion was to close the public portion of the hearing before, and now I'm moving the items as amended.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're absolutely right. I apologize for the my questioning. Thank you so much. Yes, he has moved and amended the items. Is there a second?
Second.
Second the motion.
Thank you, Alder Rodriguez. It has moved and seconded as amended. And so we can vote in favor. Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, all in favor say aye. It moved as amended.
Aye.
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 Thank you. Okay. I think we need a motion to open the public portion again, so we can move on items 7 and 8. Is that
Madam
correct?
Chair,
Yes.
I make a motion to open the second. No?
Okay, is there a second?
Second the motion.
Okay, it has been first and seconded. Open the public portion of this committee meeting to item number 7 for the appointment of Ms. Regina Rush Kittle.
Good evening. Can you see me?
Not yet.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I think we might need to vote on the motion to open the public portion.
What are they doing? You know what?
Point of order, Madam Chair. Would you please call a 5-minute recess?
Absolutely. I'd like to make a motion that we recess for 5 minutes.
Second.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 What is she talking about?
Alder Santana, we can hear you.
No, can't hear you.
Hello there. We're back in session. If everybody would come back on. And I would just like to clarify that only the matter is open for items 7 and 8 for the public portion. So everyone is on the same page. We're only open. So this way, if we have testimony on the 2 items, Miss Regina Rush Kittle or Renee Dominguez as chief of police, they'll be able to testify at the end of the meeting. Thank you so much for the that I'm clarifying that that so that we have no further questions on it. Is Regina Rush Kittle available to speak?
Just 1 minute.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm trying to set my camera. Just 1 minute.
No problem. Hello, Miss Rush Kittle. How are you this evening?
Good, and you, ma'am?
Good, thank you. Your appointment, before I speak, could you state your name and address for the record?
Yes, my name is Regina Rush Kittle, and my address is 26 Peria, Peria Drive, Rocky Hill, Connecticut.
Thank you for that. And you're being appointed to the Chief Administrative Officer. And in that position, maybe our colleagues are unaware of the opportunities that this enlightens you to, but you bring examples that you work have to deal with the police, the fire, all department heads, offices and agencies, all bringing all that information into municipal organization. And so you've had a lot of experience in that. And so I know that reading your resume, you had a lot of work with the military. You had a lot of work with the state police. You had a lot of work in the not economic development, but emergency management. And so tell us why you want to take on this job here in New Haven.
Yes, okay. So I want to say good evening, Honorable Chair Ferraro Santana and members of the Aldermanic Affairs Committee. As you know, my name is Regina Rush Kittle, and I'd like to share with you my skills and expertise that make me the ideal candidate as the Chief Administrative Officer. If I can first start off with my career path, training, and experience. I started in law enforcement, my career with the Department of Correction as a correction officer for 2 years. Following that, I joined the Middletown Police Department for 2 years. I then joined the Connecticut State Police, where I served as a trooper, academy instructor, patrol sergeant, internal affairs investigator, lieutenant. And while as a lieutenant, I led personnel within the statewide narcotics task force and later commanded 2 Connecticut State Police troops, one being in New Haven County. I then continued my career as a commandant of the Connecticut State Police Academy prior to being promoted to a major. I then, as a major, commanded the Bureau of Professional Standards and Compliance, which has direct oversight of the Internal Affairs Unit, the Accreditation Unit, and the Inspections Unit. I then served as the commanding officer of our Central District headquarters. And in Central District headquarters, I had responsibility for approximately 300 personnel and covered approximately 1/3 of the state of Connecticut, to include 3 Connecticut State Police Troops, Bradley International Airport, and our Central District Major Crime Squad. I concluded my career with the Connecticut State Police after 28 years in 2015. During this portion of my career, I had many firsts as an African-American woman, to include being the first Middletown police officer, and on the Connecticut State Police, the first sergeant, lieutenant, and major. From August of 2015 and through February of 2017, I served on the Millbury, Massachusetts Police Department, second in command in that position within a small community of 13,500 residents. During this time, I also had a dual military career. I joined the United States Marine Reserves while I was at UConn. Served there 3 years. I then enlisted in the Army Reserve, where I served as a drill sergeant instructor, a leadership training instructor, a first sergeant, sergeant major, and a command sergeant major. My military career allowed me extensive leadership training as required prior to any promotional opportunity. I served during 2 combat deployments, combat zone deployments, and one in support of Operation Iraqi Freedom, serving in Kuwait, and the second being in support of Operation Enduring Freedom, serving in Afghanistan. During this deployment, I was awarded the Bronze Star Medal, and in March of 2012, I retired, concluding 30 years of military service. In emergency management and Homeland Security, in January of 2019, I returned to state service with Governor Lamont's administration as a Deputy Commissioner of Emergency Management and Homeland Security. In March of 2019, I also accepted a dual role and served as the Director of the Connecticut Intelligence Center, and I did that for 18 months. My division in Emergency Management and Homeland Security serves as the forefront during all man-made and natural disasters in Connecticut, to include all severe weather incidents. And we've been operational the entire time during COVID-19. As far as my education, I have a master's degree in criminal justice administration from Western New England College in Springfield, and a bachelor's of arts in political science from UConn. My training as a Marine, the Municipal Police Academy, the State Police Academy, and multiple leadership academies that I've attended have set the foundation for my career. I have integrity, dedication, selfless service, leadership, accountability, and I know the importance of being in the community, and I have a strong work ethic. Since I bring these values with me in every position that I have served in, I expect no less from my staff who reports to me, and for them to hold their staff to those very same standards. Everything in my career has led me to be the best candidate for this position: public safety, police, emergency management, and Homeland Security. I've worked with fire while working closely with the state fire administrator and several New Haven and Hartford County fire chiefs while in emergency management and Homeland Security. I've worked with communications while working directly with 2 dispatch communications center while I served as a troop commander. During the past 20 months, I've worked as a hiring manager for my division, thus working closely with human resources to fill a number of vacancies, ensuring that a diverse pool of candidates were interviewed and hired. Parks and Public Works, engineering, and library, I have not worked with them directly in most of my career, but I have touched upon working with our facilities, personnel in the state police, and so that gives me some experience in that area. In those 3 areas, I would rely on my directors who are subject matter experts. So I would provide the leadership, the guidance, the management skills to them, holding all directors and chiefs accountable for their departments. The depth and breadth of my career has prepared me to provide supervision to all 8 department heads and prepared me to be a competent and skilled advisor to Mayor Elicker. Personally, I was born in Baltimore, Maryland, and moved to Connecticut when I was 7, returning to visit Baltimore on a yearly basis until I went off to college. My husband, William Kittle, was born and raised in New Haven with 7 sisters. He's a 1984 graduate of Hill House High School. So we have many family members still residing in New Haven. Professionally, I'm a life member of the Veterans of Foreign War. I was past president of the National Organization of Black Law Enforcement Executives, and I serve as a member of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated for the past 40 years. We are very community service focused in my sorority, and that's one of our pillars. So I spearheaded the initiative for the state of Connecticut, the Department of Public Health, and Alpha Kappa Alpha to sponsor COVID-19 Zoom town halls, which involved the 9 historically Black sororities and fraternities. And we conducted informational messaging sessions for our Black and Brown communities to encourage them to receive vaccinations. Additionally, I volunteered to serve on the West Point Service Academy nominations panel for Senator Richard Blumenthal, and I was recently voted in to join the board of directors for Make-A-Wish Connecticut. So if you want to know why New Haven, I've been asked several times, and my response would be, why not New Haven? It's an amazing city. I have family roots, and there's a rich history of the city, and those are just 2 of the factors. I visited multiple times at multiple venues, restaurants, shopping, Yale Police Department, Southern Connecticut State University. I have worked as a trooper in New Haven during the Summer Special Olympics in 1995. During that time, many attending city residents approached me with very positive reactions, as they said they had never seen a Black female trooper. So while walking the Long Wharf Pier for that week, me and my partner became fondly referred to as the Soul Patrol. In 2017, I was inducted into the Connecticut Women's Hall of Fame, and they work right out of Southern Connecticut State University's campus. And in 2019, I received an honorary degree from University of New Haven. So I have some connections to the city of New Haven. While working up in Millbury, Massachusetts, after being sworn in, although I had 9 months to establish residency there within 15 miles of the town, I moved to my apartment 2 days later. In those first 6 weeks that I was there, I was known throughout the community because I attended many community events. I visited all of the schools. I was a regular visitor at the senior center, and I attended all of the veterans events. I later organized and ran the Summer Youth Police Academy, initiated the first police department versus fire department holiday Stuff the Cruiser event, and coached the police department versus student teacher basketball game, to name a few of my community involved events. I was easily noticed and recognized everywhere I went, in uniform or without my uniform, because there was not much diversity within that community, but it didn't matter to me because being part of the community was my goal. It is better policing in a community if you know the community. So I have dedicated 30 years of my life and career to service for my country. I've dedicated 30 years of service to the state of Connecticut as a correctional officer and state trooper. And then I returned for an additional 3.5 years, or 3 years with emergency management and homeland security. Additionally, I have 3.5 years of service in the communities that I've lived in. So 30 years is a nice round number for me. And I may hit that 30-year mark again, but I may not, because eventually I would like to retire. But I am willing to try to hit that mark again there with you in the city of New Haven, Connecticut.
Thank you so much for that testimony. It was really wonderful to hear all of the exciting things that about your past, even though it's always on paper. But it's nice to hear other things that we may not realize that you have done, and your commitment to your communities in which you serve. Thank you for that. Alder Hamilton, any questions for you?
Thank you, Chair Santana. Good evening, Miss Kittle. Thank you for being here this evening. Very impressive resume, I must say.
Thank
30
you.
years, sticking to it for 30 years on anything, that's very exceptional, and I commend you on that.
Thank you.
Our city, New Haven, wonderful city. What do you see as the challenges overseeing these very important 8 departments if you are approved for this position?
Some of the challenges that I see and have been and looked over have been over some of the overtime issues with within police and fire. I see that there are times when there's spikes, and then there's times when they're up and down. But what we would like to, I'm sure that the everyone within the city would like to see that they level out more often than not. So that would be a challenge that I would want to work directly with both of the police chiefs on. I know that there are certain circumstances that require additional overtime, maybe for like the St. Patrick's Day parades, or when incidents occur within the city requiring a larger police or fire presence, then that would create overtime spiking, going up. COVID-19, I'm sure, has not done a favor for overtime at all within for overtime for either department. I think another challenge within the city is hiring to ensure that we have diversity, equity, and inclusion throughout each of the departments. My understanding is that fire has done a better job at it, and law enforcement right now, that diversity is a challenge throughout the entire country. I think a part of overcoming that challenge is having a good recruiting unit, fully staffed and engaged and committed. I'll tell you that I went to the police department and fire department flag football game on Sunday, and I met one of the first uniformed police officer I went up to and introduced myself. It turns out he was a recruiter for the police department. And so I asked him to tell me what you would do to recruit me to be on the police department. And he did not skip a beat, and he went into everything needed. The sergeant went into everything that he needed to say, his passion about bringing in those within New Haven to the police department, and if necessary, those that don't live in New Haven. But he was very passionate about what he's doing, and I could see that he'll be hopefully be very successful in being in charge of now the recruitment for the New Haven Police Department. As we left the field there, I told him if I was not meeting here tonight, that I would probably be signing up to be a New Haven police officer. So he was very good.
Okay. So you see room for improvement in all areas. Another area I'm concerned about is a relocation. Or if appointed, all executive folks have to live within the city of New Haven. Have you? What's your thought on that? Are you looking into relocating?
Yes. So that was when I was initially in my initial discussions about this position. That was one of the first things that came up. I immediately came home and had that discussion with my husband. Since he came from New Haven, we have no issue with him returning back to New Haven, with us returning back to New Haven. So I'm going to, when I went to Millbury, I said 2 days after I was in the position, I ended up moving. So we're going to take just a little bit more time. We want to make sure we find a location where we're going to be very happy at, but both of us. When I was up in Massachusetts, I was pretty much up there by myself and only came home 1 or 2 days a week. But with us in Connecticut, I plan to spend time with my husband, and we hope to have find some place where we can have our little dog with us.
Okay. All righty. Thank you so much. And for your information and your time this evening.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Santana.
Thank you, Alder Hamilton. Alder Rodriguez, any questions?
Thank you, Chair Santana, and it's a pleasure meeting you, Ms. Rush Kittle.
Very nice meeting you.
My question stems a little bit at the neighborhood level, but I'd like to just share with you a little bit considering your expertise and experience in so many things. Considering that we have a city that has addressed the pandemic, we have the opioid epidemic, we have homelessness and mental health. Considering our city is big on resources and partnerships, and we have big development projects on way to increase population and affordable housing. Okay. Considering our work at the neighborhood level that needs improvement to meet direct residents' needs, taxpayers' needs, small business owners' needs, how would you assist the mayor and other city administration and city departments to ensure they are providing the necessary services effectively in the areas of clean and lighted city, safe city, streets and sidewalks clearly repaired, and a stronger infrastructure across but the entire city, not just one neighborhood or a neighborhood, the entire city. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Alder Rodriguez, for that question. So it would be working directly with the mayor and all of my department heads that would have impact on working in those neighborhoods. First of all, I think it would be important to meet with the alder from that ward and the community from that ward, and to have some discussion. I would love to have some discussion on what you have identified that me incoming would not know. And so if you identified something that happened that you've been waiting to get repaired for 3 or 4 years, I would not know that, and possibly not know that. I would hope to get it briefed to me, but I think that having that discussion and that meeting with the ward and the community from that ward to let me know and ensure that I have already been made aware of what is occurring in that ward, and then go back to my department heads that run any of those areas that could impact and make those repairs to that your specific ward or whatever ward is identified. So one department definitely would be engineering, to find out what the status of is every project, and not only that ward, but every ward. I want to know the status of every project. Trees, that would be with my Parks and Public Works Department. What is the status of tree cutting in each ward, and where are we with that, to ensure that there is no trees coming down that could potentially hurt any of our citizens, our residents or visitors to New Haven. So it's going to be a collaboration of us all in this, and it's not just one specific department. A collaborative effort, working with the mayor and the all of the department heads and all of my peers to get this taken care of, and to give you some feedback and as we progress with every step of this.
So you agree that there's a importance in terms of services at the neighborhood level, and also significantly our significant big projects that are on their way.
Absolutely. Our neighborhoods are important. Our neighborhoods are what make the city of New Haven.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I'm sorry. Alder Marks, thank you. Alder Rodriguez. Alder Marks, any questions?
Thank you, Madam Chair. At this time, I know a lot been said. You know, she put a lot out there, doing a lot of wonderful things, and just looking forward to if she's chosen just to be committed to all of that. She said, I heard her say another 30 years. That's a long time, but this needs that. Yes, the city definitely needs that, and to move forward. And in our past, we've been going through this cycle with the chief, and we need something just great too. So you have a lot there. You said so much. Looking for it to be fulfilled if it was to happen. So thank you.
Thank you, Alder Marks.
Mhm.
Thank you, Alder Marks. Alder Hurt.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and Ms. Kittle, thank you for being with us on this evening.
One new thingy or just forwarding.
Someone go on mute, please. I have heard everything you've done and read your resume. Very impressive. Impressive, not as just for a female, but impressive for African American female.
Thank
you. I'm pleased to meet you face to face on Zoom. But my question, and I'm pretty much I'm hearing right. But as you know, when you are in a position such as this, it's a lot of departments. Your presence is going to be needed.
Mm-hmm.
There's going to have to be some checks and balances.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to choose my words carefully because I don't want to rub nobody the wrong way. But we have to understand that a lot of our neighborhoods of needs, our communities of needs, are lacking, and other communities are of well-to-do are getting a lot of services that we're lacking in our community. And I just want to make sure that across the board, we're all one big city.
Mm-hmm.
Across the board, we all are treated fairly.
Mm-hmm.
And how would you address that issue?
Well, I think one thing I would like to do as I'm getting settled in is to immediately get out and visit each ward and meet with each of the alders and let me know what is troubling it within your ward. I met, I had a meeting with each of my division heads already, department heads already. And I would like a similar meeting, a one-on-one meeting if that's possible. And just to get out and visit each of the wards so you can let me know what you see as not being addressed within your ward. And then I would come back and compile that all together and then have those necessary discussions with my department heads in whatever specific area is that they can address, and also make sure that I keep the mayor advised of the what's been identified to me and the challenges that have been identified to me and what I would be doing to put in place to correct those issues.
Thank you, Ms. Kittle. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Alder Hurt. Alder Saban.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Rush Kittle, for being here tonight. I have a few questions. And I just wanted to start off, you were just talking about how you're hoping to get out to talk with all of us on the board in our wards, which I think is a great idea. I was also wondering if you could talk a little bit about how you'd like to get to know the community a little bit and hear from residents as well. I think, like, if you have any plans for community meetings or hoping to, get out and knock on doors or talk to folks at community events, you get a sense of what people are thinking about in the city.
Yes, I very much expect that I'll be attending many community events, similar to what I did when I said I was up in Massachusetts. That's just a part of who I am and what I do, and will always be very community focused. I look forward to, like I said, meeting with each of the alders. So if I know, if I get invited, if you let me know what's going on within your different wards, I will attempt to put it on my calendar and attend and have those conversations. So like I said, when I said Sunday, when I went out to the football, flag football game with the police department and fire department, my only communications was not with the fire department members and the police department members, but we had my husband joined me, and we had engaging conversations with some of the kids out there, some of their parents, and so the police chief let me know that the game was being held, and I was put it on my calendar and made sure that not only I came down, but had my husband with me, and then after we left the game, we even drove through the city just a little bit, hitting some of the areas that I hadn't been to in a while. And so I will be very much engaged within the community. Alder.
That's good to hear. As you know, obviously the police department is one of the most important departments under the CAO's office, both in terms of the amount of money it gets from the city budget and obviously its importance in keeping all of our residents safe. And I have a couple questions about policing in the city. The first is, you have obviously an extensive background in law enforcement and in the military as well. And I think a lot of folks maybe on board or in the community want to see us moving away from sort of a militaristic model or idea of policing and how the police should interact with the community and city residents, and moving towards a more community policing and policing that's based on building relationships and trust between law enforcement and city residents. And I was wondering what your vision is for the police department and its relationship with the community.
Well, the police department and community policing, that is something that's going to be key with me working directly with the chief and her senior staff. We've had some conversations about the districts, how it's set up. We've had some conversation about the possibly changing or I think they're looking at shifting some of how the shifts work or the days off. So they're looking at that. But whatever we do with the police department, I'm going to work hand in hand with the chief, and we're going to ensure that we tie in community policing and return back to that community policing. And again, I said this earlier, COVID-19 did not help anything in the effort. So we had discussions. I've asked her like what was done previously. Have we done coffee with a cop? Have we done national night out? An idea that I want to share with her was something that I spoke about a little earlier, was the police department versus the fire department annual holiday a food drive competition. It was a competition. So I'm not sure if they've ever done that in New Haven here, but that's something I would like to bring here. Trick or trunk. I know that's something that has been possibly was done this year because of COVID restrictions being lifted a little bit. I think that there's multiple things to include possibly reinitiating patrol walking beats. I heard that the chief say that she started walking on a walking beat in New Haven and did it for like 2 years, and going back, that's exactly how I started in Middletown as a police officer. So walking beats, getting you back right within the community. Does that answer your question, sir?
Yeah, that's great. Thank you. I was also wondering, another aspect of building more trust and connecting the community with law enforcement, I think, is making sure that the police department and the fire department look like our city and, you know, know our neighborhoods well. And right now, only 17% of New Haven police officers and 28% of New Haven firefighters live in New Haven. And both departments are about 40% Black and Hispanic, with the city being around 60% Black and Hispanic. And I was wondering if you have any concrete ideas about how we can make sure that the police department hires more New Haven residents, and same goes for the fire department and residents of color, obviously.
Well, I want to get on the ground and actually start working and to get a better assessment of this. But I truly understand the numbers that you've given. We're going to try to do much better on that. When I met with the recruiter on Sunday, that was one of the things that he mentioned, how he is very much focused on getting the community, the New Haven community, to join the police department, and that he goes to as many community events as he can. So he's at a football game carrying around flyers and business cards. That's just how committed he is, and that's just how committed we all need to be with the police, with recruitment for the police and the fire department. He in fact gave me and my husband flyers to take with us in case we ran into anyone that may be interested in joining the police department. So that it's going to have to be that type of aggressive effort. Maybe not just the police department that's recruiting. It could be a community effort. So pass out that flyer if you know that there's someone that potentially could be a good candidate for the police department or the fire department.
Thank you. And one other question related to public safety. As you may know, the city is currently working on an effort to spend about $3.5 million of American Rescue Plan funding on installing 500 cameras around the city in an effort to prevent and solve more violent crimes. And I was wondering, based on your experience in law enforcement over 30 years, what your opinion is about that kind of effort, and how we balance surveillance and solving crimes and keeping people safe.
So I haven't dived into what is being done here in New Haven as of yet, and trust me, I will, sir. But I know that it has worked well in Hartford. And how I know that is, I told you that I served as the director of the Connecticut Intelligence Center. And during that time, I visited the Real-Time Crime Center with Hartford Police Department. And so they explained fully how they use their cameras and the shot spotter detection system up there. These systems only go on public streets. They have the ability to potentially solve crimes that would have gone undetected previously, and they increase public safety. Just think about the Jennifer Dulos case. Those were all cameras captured within Hartford that they had that would be, if something like that happened in New Haven, we would be thrilled to capture someone like that traveling through our community. trying to set up one of our residents. So it can also potentially pick up some stuff, some areas where drug trends are occurring, fentanyl deaths are occurring. Though the cameras have the potential to save lives, they have the potential to increase public safety for our children that are in the communities. They make our neighborhoods safer. So it is important that before any project like that begins or expands, that we meet with the community and inform them of what we are going to do in this process. You want the buy-in from the community. You want them to have a full understanding of what's going to occur. You want to, as it's going along, you can invite the alders and community members to see just what this project is going to entail, and always have it in place where you make sure that any recordings that are being taken are not kept for extended periods of time. Should a 30-day cutoff, 45-day cutoff, or whatever is established, and it's all out of the system, and then it re-engages and starts again.
Great, thank you. I appreciate that explanation of how you're thinking about that. Madam Chair, I have two other questions. I don't know if you want me to ask them now, or you can loop back to me. I can let my other colleagues ask any other questions they might have.
Alder Staben, you can ask your questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. One other issue related to law enforcement and both the police department and the fire department is staffing levels, which have been, a issue of concern, both related to overtime and also our capacity to keep people safe in the community. And there's been conversations at some moments about studies that would help us get some sense about what the right staffing levels would be, both for the police department and the fire department. And I was wondering if that's something that you would be interested in undertaking or having conversations about in the city.
Certainly, I would, any studies and conversations that they've already been initiated, and you would like me to be a part of that, I would join the conversation and take the information back, do some research on it thoroughly, go through it and discuss it with the mayor and the department heads to make sure that it's something that we would want to move forward on. So I would welcome being part of those conversations.
Got it. Thank you. And then my last question, as alders, we hear from a lot of residents sometimes who have reached out to city about a tree that needs to get trimmed, or something in their neighborhood or on their block that needs to get fixed. And often we hear that they are not getting calls back from city departments. And I was wondering if you have any thoughts about how we can improve the customer service of city government and make sure that all of our residents are getting responses and getting their concerns addressed as quickly as possible.
I can, if I given it some thought, I'm wondering if there's some way that we can, when I told you that I ran the Bureau of Professional Standards and Compliance, and we had internal affairs investigations, and we had set up a process to track every complaint type of call that came in. So I'd have to give this some more thought, but try to figure out if it's possible that we could set up something that residents can notify us electronically, and then we keep a tracking record of what's coming in, and then figure out, assign it to whichever department that it is supposed to go to, and then ensure that there is follow-up on it, and it's tracked from the initiation until it's closed. So I can give that some thought and see if that's something that could be worked, given the residents not just making the call, but they have a digital footprint. They put it in, maybe they get a response back, your complaint has been received, and then we follow it through and then let them know the end result.
Definitely, I think that would be worth exploring. And obviously, we have the See Click Fix program, which does a lot of that. But I think sometimes with phone calls, it maybe doesn't happen as well as it could. So definitely something we could work on. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Rushkittle, again for being here. I have no further questions.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Alder Saban, Alder from Ward 20.
Alder Oscar, you're on mute.
Oscar, unmute yourself. There you go.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Regina, for being here. And I have two questions or three. You have a lot of experience in your life, and it's interesting. And with the city of New Haven need people like you. My first question is, with this long time of working, have you ever met one time you get a challenge, a huge challenge, and how did you overcome that challenge? Because I ask this question because I know with your position you're gonna get, you're gonna meet a challenge like that.
Okay. Yes, sir. So while working in one of my assignments, I was when in charge of internal affairs. It was a challenge in that I had notified my staff that we set the standard for the department, so for the entire department, and that everyone would be held to the same standard. There were several incidents that came up that involved personnel with the same rank as mine or higher, and it was I had to make that decision that I needed to follow through with what was being said and not just ignore it, because I had already established that we would all be held to the same standard. So to have those discussions with my bosses that this has been identified as a problem with my peer or someone that outranked me is difficult in law enforcement. But I had established that was going to be our, and it should always be, that everyone is held to the same standard. And so I went through with having those difficult discussions and initiating investigations that needed to be initiated.
Oh, thank you. Another question is, when someone, New Haven is a beautiful city, but people really, we have many poor people.
Mm-hmm.
And if you move to New Haven, they will tell you that New Haven is a rich city. But if you look around, it's not, we the people who are not rich. Some people are very rich. Now, when someone call 911, even when they call for sick person, someone is sick, you will see trucks, the fire department, police, all those trucks use gas, and now we see the price. And that is money from the taxpayer. What is your stand? You think they can go all those trucks for someone who call for sick? It's not to spend a lot of money for nothing.
So, are you indicating that there's an excessive amount of response to a call?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So, with what may, if if the fire department or the police department responds to even a call that someone is sick, sometimes what they find when they get to that location may differ from what the call is. So they have standards established that if this call comes in, this many personnel will respond for these reasons. So because they never know what it's actually going to be on the other side of that that door that opens when they enter a home or a department or an apartment. So they have established protocols that they follow. But if we may find that it's necessary to have some discussions to see if it's excessive. But you know, I'm not there yet, so I don't I don't see that. I don't where I live at, that the fire department doesn't respond like that. So I would have to actually see and have those discussions with you and the fire chief, and so I can do that.
Thank you.
Okay.
Oh, and my last question is, in New Haven, we have some illegal immigrant. It's not only in New Haven, but we are talking about New Haven. But do you think you can advise the mayor that this city can be a sanctuary city?
Can I advise the mayor that this city should be a sanctuary city?
Yeah.
We are a sanctuary city.
Point of
yes.
order, Madam Chair.
Yes.
City
Yes.
of New Haven is a sanctuary city.
Thank you.
It is?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Don't think so. Maybe. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Alder from Ward 20, is that all the questions you have?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Ms. Fresh Little, I know you answered a lot of questions. And I want to ask you a little bit more, but not on the police side, on the fire. I know that years ago, fire department used to go out and go to houses, make sure that houses had their what do you call them, the radon things, just to double check. Then they have installation of smoke detectors in houses.
Mhm.
I know we do that, but it's not a really big effort. And a lot of it, I think, is a teaching part of it too as well. Whereas not only do we need to teach residents, but to understand when you need to change the batteries, when you need to do this, when you need to do that. Also with fire extinguishers as well. And there's always a learning curve for people, and a lot of people have not had the experience to be able to learn. So I think that preparing residents and giving them information is very helpful.
Okay. I can have that discussion with the chief on this. It sounds like a great recommendation. Sometimes with educating the public and preparing residents, I'm not sure if this has been done in New Haven yet. Someone from a smaller town told me that they would hold like town hall type informational meetings, like Zoom meetings or Teams meetings to and that would be a great opportunity to highlight what you're talking about without the fire department or have the need to go to every different house, but set it up. It's informational. They can dial in right from their home, get the information that's needed, and possibly invite them to the fire department to pick up smoke detector or something like that if those are available. But it would be an educational experience for them, and not so manpower strong with going to visit the individual houses. And the thing to what would be important about that is to make sure that it's well known that it's going to be held. So use social media. Make sure your PIO officer puts the information out so that this town hall, educational town hall, is known throughout the city.
Okay, thank you. I also would like to acknowledge that Alder Brian Wingate has also joined us on the meeting this evening. And I know there's lots of talk, and I know you just getting into the details of your job.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Alder Rodriguez.
if I may do an acknowledgement.
Sure.
Okay, Ms. Rush Kittle, I salute you. And I thank you for serving in our United States military and protecting our freedoms and rights. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I know that oftentimes we don't acknowledge the gallantry of individuals who have put forth so much effort and desire and strength into doing what they do on a day-to-day basis. And we do sometimes need to acknowledge people, and your legacy behind you speaks volumes. So I truly appreciate that. Thank you. Are there any further questions that the committee would like to ask of Ms. Regina Rush Kittle? Yes, Alder Hurd.
Madam Chair, thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank my colleague Alder Rodriguez from the 4th Ward for making that acknowledgement. But I do want to address one issue that we do have, and that would be, we do have a large population of homeless veterans who are dealing with mental health issues. And we would like to make sure that we look after our vets. My father was a veteran, and my brother was killed in Vietnam. So it's imperative that we make sure that our vets are taken care of well. They served our country to protect our freedom. So that would be a big plus. We can make sure that our vets are taken care of. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Alder Hurd. Any other questions from the committee? Any other questions from the committee? Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none. Thank you, Ms. Regina Rush Kittle. I know that other people will be speaking on your behalf from the public. If you'd like to stay on to hear their comments, that you're welcome to do so.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Now we'd like to bring in Assistant Chief or Chief to be Renee Dominguez, if she's available.
I'm here, ma'am, just waiting to be let in as a participant.
No problem. Good evening, Ms. Dominguez. It's nice to see you this evening. How are you?
Good evening, Alders. Good evening, everybody. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Your position being appointed to the Chief of Police is a very important one for us, for the residents and for the community. And so we value the opportunity to speak with you this evening, because I think that even though your resume shows what you've done. It doesn't necessarily speak to what you would like to say. And so my first question to you is to please state your name and address for the record.
Renee Dominguez, 1 Union Avenue, New Haven, Connecticut.
Okay, thank you. And so to that end, what would you like to add that the committee does not know about you?
Okay, thank you for having me tonight. Good evening, Alders. I am humbled and grateful for the opportunity to be before you to discuss the recommendation by Mayor Elicker. My appointment as police chief pending confirmation from this honorable board will ensure equity, community involvement, and accountability. I wanted to first provide the committee with some of my background before presenting my vision as chief for the future of the New Haven Police Department and our positive path forward. My earliest memory of answering the often asked question of a child, what do you want to be when you grow up, was a police officer. I believe I was about 6 years old when I began telling everyone who asked or listened that I wanted to be a police officer. I have no officers in my family. My grandfather, who was a New Haven firefighter, was someone I looked up to my entire life and definitely played a role in my desire to enter public safety. I enrolled at the University of New Haven because of the reputation of their criminal justice department and began applying to police departments as soon as I was eligible. And I was hired by the Newtown, Connecticut Police Department in November of 2000. This was during my first semester of my senior year of college. I graduated both the police academy and college within days of each other, which is a true representation of my work ethic, dedication, and hard work that has carried me through my 21 years of policing. I was at the Newtown Police Department 2 years when the New Haven Police Department posted for the entry-level position. I desired the type of policing and opportunities that only a large police department offered. I didn't want to work in any city. I wanted to work in New Haven. Policing is not just about enforcing the law. Policing is about people. The New Haven Police Department understands that important element, and I wanted to be a New Haven police officer. My transfer to the New Haven Police Department in October of 2002 was one of the best decisions I ever made. There has never been a moment in my 19 years with New Haven that I regretted that decision. Once I graduated the academy, I was placed on a walking beat. My first assignment was walking Dixwell Avenue under the leadership of Captain Anthony Campbell Duff. My apologies, Captain Anthony Duff, who began to mentor me as a young officer on my role in the community. He taught me the importance of knowing the neighborhood and the value interacting with the community to break down barriers. I was transferred to New Hallville, where I spent the next 10 years as an officer. I was placed on a walking beat on Winchester Avenue for 2 of those years. This was absolutely one of the best times of my career. I learned the true essence of community policing and what being a police officer in New Haven meant. I forged relationships with members of the community that are still in place today, 19 years later. As chief, my vision for my officers has been shaped by these experiences early on in New Hallville. My officers understand that a key principle of policing is building relationships and trust in the community. During those 10 years, I had opportunities to work in the detective division. I was a field training officer, mentoring, developing our new officers. I was a canine officer, and my canine was named Cop of the Week by the New Haven Independent more times than his human counterparts for our good work done in the community. In February of 2013, I was promoted to the rank of sergeant. I was a street boss on the evening shift when I was approached by Assistant Chief Casanova. He asked me what were my thoughts on moving to be a district manager in Westville's West Hills. This was something I was unsure if I was ready to do, and we had a very candid conversation. However, in that moment, I realized that he saw something in me that I had not yet seen in myself. I had never forgotten that conversation, and as chief, I am dedicated to mentoring my staff and continuing to challenge them to take on roles and positions they might not think that they are ready for. My time spent as district manager ended up being one of the most rewarding positions I've held. I was given the freedom to organize community events and deploy officers in a way that helped reduce violence. Community engagement coupled with crime prevention proved to be successful for the district. The same officers who were responsible for crime prevention were the officers handing out backpacks to the children, handing out candy before trunk or treats were a trend, and dressing up as Santa to hand out gifts. I was then transferred to Fairhaven as a district manager in December of 2016. I was excited for the new opportunities this change would bring. The transfer to Fairhaven allowed me to use my Spanish degree I had obtained years prior, and I found that no matter how I struggle, and trust me, I struggled, Anytime I engaged in Spanish, the community was very patient and always willing to help. In July of 2017, I was promoted to the rank of lieutenant and transferred to New Hallville's East Rock as a district manager. As a supervisor, the desire to return to the district, there's a desire to always return to the district in which you started. I am unsure why, but ask any supervisor where they began and the pride will be from their face. I was very fortunate to return to New Hallville, where I was able to continue building relationships and engaging my officers in the community and with community projects. In October of 2018, I was transferred to the head of the Special Victims Unit in the Detective Bureau. I had spent 16 years in patrol, and I aspired to continue my leadership role within the department. I sought out this position because I recognized the importance of being well-rounded and experiencing as many aspects of the police department as possible. It was here in the Special Victim Unit that I saw firsthand the community trauma of these cases and how they impacted the community, but also the mental health of our officers. Investigating crimes against children are the hardest for officers to mentally process. Now imagine this is all you investigate and how difficult it is to not take these cases home with you. This made me realize that our mandatory EAP quarterly sessions for this unit needed to expand to the entire police department. In July 2019, Chief Reyes promoted me to Assistant Chief of Patrol Operations, the largest division of the New Haven Police Department. Leading patrol allowed me to further my vision for the police department and move forward programs needed for the officers. With Chief Reyes and the support of the police union, we implemented a mandatory once-a-year EAP session for every officer in the department. Our goal for 2022 is twice a year. It is my responsibility to ensure officers feel supported, and the stigma associated with mental health is not a barrier to seeking treatment. Officers who know they are cared for and supported excel at serving the community. Shortly after my appointment to Assistant Chief began a series of events that would challenge and test me. In August, just a few weeks after my promotion, Captain Anthony Duff was shot. Receiving that phone call is no call anyone wants to receive. His dedication and commitment to the community is a trait found in every one of our officers. The beauty of the tragedy is how the community and the officers came together supporting each other. Soon after, a global pandemic that would shut down the world for longer than we anticipated. COVID-19 protocols were developed, making sure we were able to keep the community safe and the officers safe. We needed to find a way to continue to provide police services while socially distancing and limiting all interactions. While doing our best to continue our work, programs to proactively reduce violence and were forced to stop, ultimately being a factor in the rise of crime seen nationally and in our city. However, we were thankful for the support of the mayor and the Alders and the safety measures that we were able to develop. Just a few months into COVID, the country experienced the tragic, unnecessary murder of George Floyd at the hands of a police officer. The pain and outrage experienced by his murder resonated throughout the country and was felt in our city. We saw many protests and demonstrations as the community advocated for a necessary culture change in law enforcement. The police department stood with the protesters against police brutality. Many cities around the country and in the state had demonstrations and protests that led to violence and arrest. We had neither. Why did we fare different than those other cities? Because we have better community and police relationships than those other cities. Our officers work at these relationships daily. The officer playing basketball with the kids in the park, the SROs in the school, every community meeting attended, an event the police actively support builds these relationships. Is there more work to be done? Of course. There has been a culture shift within the police department as well, engaging officers in difficult conversations about race that have never been truly addressed in a training setting before. I have went even further, ensuring my officers have the best de-escalation tools possible. I augmented our current de-escalation program beyond the post requirements with 2 additional de-escalation tactics. Advanced bystandership for law enforcement, ABLE, a program that's developed by Georgetown University. And integrating communications, assessment, and tactics, ICAT, a program developed by the Police Executive Research Forum, or PERF. I'm thankful that Chief Reyes saw the leader in me when he selected me as his assistant chief. During his time as chief, he included me in every decision, mentoring me for the future. His 2 years of mentorship and on-the-job instruction is what allowed me to confidently accept the role of acting chief in March. Over the past 8 months, I have been faced with many challenges beyond trying to actively and effectively lead one of the largest police departments in the state. Each challenge has cemented my commitment to the citizens of New Haven and the New Haven Police Department. We must continue the work we are doing, but we have to do better. Crime is higher than it has been in years. While this is a national trend, it is the New Haven community that is my concern as chief, and making New Haven safer is my priority. Under the leadership, I augmented our shooting task force with officers from surrounding towns and the Connecticut State Police. This has allowed us to investigate and solve numerous incidents of shots fired that otherwise we may not have had the resources to successfully investigate and make key arrests of individuals responsible for the gun violence in our city. We are continuing the collaboration with our community partners, our law enforcement partners, and the city. Project Longevity is back to our pre-COVID operation. We were the first site to host a call-in post-COVID, and December will be our 5th call-in this year. Project Safe Neighborhoods has increased their call-ins to every other month, completing our last call-in successfully on Monday. The other component lacking in the city is the technology that would allow us to reach the levels of crime reduction and solvability that our counterparts in Bridgeport and Hartford have success in. Under my leadership, my team initiated work on a camera project to increase the number of cameras in the city. This proposal was submitted to the Alders for approval for funds in order to begin this project. I'm committed to moving the police department forward and providing technology that will allow our officers to excel in the already fantastic work they do. We are unable to reduce crime with law enforcement alone. I am actively working with my team and community partners in the creation of the city's community response team, working closely to tailor this team for New Haven's needs, developing it early on to be a successful tool for the community and the police department. The work we have put in has significantly slowed the violence, and I'm committed to the continued work. Rebuilding capacity of the police department is an important piece of crime reduction. In 2010, we had 454 officers. I currently have 323. We are budgeted for 408. I am 85 officers down, an all-time low. I am actively working on rebuilding the police department, which also means ensuring we continue to diversify the police department. 88% of our current recruits are Black or brown. 66% of the recruits beginning the New Haven Police Department on December 1st are Black or brown. The goal of having a police force that matches the diversity of the community is obtainable. The key to diversity is recruitment and retention in conjunction with continuing education, mentoring, and professional development. This group of recruits are the future of the police department. In 5 years, they will be your next sergeants. 8 years, your next lieutenants. And if we dedicate ourselves to them as mentors and leaders, in 20 years, a member from these classes will be your next chief. Rebuilding the police department is one of my main priorities, but hiring quality applicants able and willing to uphold the mission and values of the New Haven Police Department and the public's trust is paramount. My goal is to have a department fully staffed in 5 years, something that hasn't happened in over a decade. Our recruitment efforts have shown that the right team is in the right place at the right time, dedicated and committed to this city and this police department. Our PAL program is one of the best in the state. I'm looking to expand the programs offered by PAL. Our programs engage kids aged 7 to 18, but we have identified a gap in the 18 to 21-year-olds group, a point in life that without mentoring, some of our youth can make choices that potentially limit their ability to become police officers. Bringing in a cadet program fills this gap, building a positive path for our kids to not only want to be a police officer, but be a New Haven police officer. This is the heart of community policing, building relationships, building friendships, mentoring. My officers are actively involved directly with mentoring groups in the New Haven schools. They volunteer their time to engage one-on-one with our youth. Continuity is something the community and the police officers want from the office of the chief. I have been an assistant chief since July 2019, moving to the acting role this March. I am the continuity the community and the officers need. My transition to acting chief was seamless. All programs that began under Chief Reyes have been continued, accelerated, or completed. New programs and initiatives in line with the mission and values of the police department are beginning, all while the high level of commitment to the community and response by the officers to calls for service and needs of the community have not been interrupted in any way. I have come through the ranks of this police department, committed to this city. An appointment to permanent chief will guarantee this continued success. My officers know my expectations. Throughout my career, I projected consistent set of values and standards. They know they will be mentored and acknowledged for the great work they perform. They know that policing is about people and respect for the community. They know I will also hold them accountable to the highest of standards. This has been a long night and you have heard from many great leaders, and I want to be respectful of everyone's time. I am and have been dedicated to the New Haven Police Department for almost 2 decades. I love the community and I love my officers. There are easier roads to take in this job, but that is not who I am. That is not who I want my children to be. Policing is historically a male-dominated profession, especially those who rise through the ranks to the top. No other female has had the opportunity to be elevated to the permanent chief of police for the city of New Haven. No female has been able to hold the chief spot in any of the major cities in Connecticut. I don't deserve the position of chief of police because I am a woman. I deserve the position of chief of police because I have worked hard for 21 years. I have dedicated my entire adult life to policing, and I am the best person for this position. I just so happen to also be a woman. I am a wife. I am a mother to 2 young daughters, 6 and 3 years old. What better role model than your mother? My girls know with hard work and dedication, you can achieve any goal you set for yourself. I am a woman who inspires other female police officers to be their best selves because they too can ascend the ladder just as well as their male counterparts. A woman who inspires all the little girls to know they can do anything. They can be anything they want to be. If appointed to the position of chief, we together are making history. A monumental leap in policing for women, one I am not sure I have fully wrapped my head around. It is courageous as a city to break the mold of what the leader of the police department has looked like for decades upon decades. I thank you for trusting in my ability to lead the police department for the last 8 months and to not just keep it together while a permanent chief is named, but to continue to move it forward. We are in a new era of policing. There is not time to tread water and wait for a leader. I am your leader, and I have proven that I'm worthy of the title of your police chief. I thank you for your time, and I look forward to answering your further questions tonight.
Thank you, Chief Dominguez. What I would like to tell our committee is that although it wasn't specifically stated originally, I want to advise you that the position that we're voting on, we won't be voting on it, but so that you know, there is an unexpired term of Chief Campbell that expires to January 31st, 2022. And we are listening this evening on testimony and questions regarding the appointment from, if it's approved, from December to January 31st, when the full board meets for approval. So just so you know, this is the city will then have to submit another request that will come before us for a permanent position in February. So just so everyone knows that this is a little unique. And so I wanted to ensure that everyone had the opportunity to understand that. We're not voting on the
Madam Chair, you're on
muted.
mute.
You're unmuted, Chair Santana.
Oh my God, you didn't listen to anything I said.
We heard some things, but you can back up a little.
Okay, I'm sorry. I just wanted to clarify some information, and I apologize, I'm moved. And probably my hands were going like this, and you're wondering what is she talking about? But anyway, the reason why I'm interrupting before I ask you for questions is because there was some clarity that needed to be said this evening about the appointment for the chief. The position this evening that we're asking questions and that we're that respondents are going to be talking about are questions on the term of appointment that would be ending January 31st, 2022. It is not a permanent position at this point. In February, a position will have to come before us again in order to vote for a permanent position on this appointment. Just realizing that, I want you to understand that we are not voting on and we won't be voting on the item tonight. It will be discharged from committee. But I just wanted to give you an awareness of the questions and responses that we're going to get. Will always be another opportunity for some questions and concerns when it comes before us again. So thank you, and I will ask Alder Hamilton if she has any questions.
Okay, thank you, Chair Santana. Good evening, Acting Chief Dominguez. Thank you for being here with us this evening. Welcome.
Thank you, ma'am.
I have a few questions. My first question is community policing. I've heard a lot about community policing. We've been in the city. I've been in the city for a long time when community policing was actually happening. Now I don't see a police officer on my block. If stuff goes awry, I gotta call my lieutenants to address situations. If appointed, what is your plan to bring community policing back to our communities?
Thank you, Alder. So I would say that community policing and the community policing philosophy is very active in New Haven. What I would say that we're missing is those components that we as a community were used to seeing when community policing was brought here maybe 30 years ago. So it's those walking beats. It's the tangible piece, but it is just one piece of community policing. My goal is with rebuilding the capacity of the police department and more officers coming into the academy and graduating from the academy, it's going to allow us quickly to expand the ability to do what I did, to graduate from the police academy. You're on probation for 2 years, and those 2 years are really your important years where you learn how to be a police officer in a way that's different from what you're taught in the academy. And I would love for the goal to be putting officers back on walking beats in the neighborhood so that you know your officer, which I'm sure when you talk about it, you can remember the officers who were in your neighborhood, 10 years ago, 15 years ago, and they were your officers. The kids knew them, the families knew them, and that's important. But what is also important is continuing the philosophy that we have. It's the district managers, it's the liaison to the community meetings, making sure that they're involving the community and the kids in projects and in activities and thinking outside of the box. And it's also our PAL program, and it's our Explorer program. And it's all of the ways that New Haven does so well with connections, because community policing is about connections to the community, not just in the form of maybe walking beats, but that is definitely one of the big ones. And that is my goal as we build capacity. Right now, we're only able to support that maybe a few times a week in certain districts. We do that with overtime, but it is not something that we want to sustain in an overtime capacity. We want to make sure that it's the officer who's working their regular 40 hours and that's their role. Their role is to walk wherever their district manager has put them in the district and get to know the community and really, really build those relationships.
Okay. Let's talk a little bit about diversity. In our communities, we have a lot of Black and brown people. If appointed, can you talk a little bit about your plan to diversify the upper ranks of the police department to reflect what our community looks like?
Absolutely. So the diversity, I had put a diversity plan together a few months ago just to be able to kind of really map out how we're going to have promotions and how those promotions will be able to diversify the upper ranks. And this is a process. And this is a process that starts, like I said, from those in the academy, from our recruitment, and how we are going to be able to, the more we are able to fill the lower ranks, the more promotions that happen. So our sergeants that we've just promoted are now getting promoted to lieutenant. And it is a plan that we will be continually doing promotions. We cannot be in a place where we were several years ago, or even 2 years ago, where we had gaps in certain ranks of being promoted, and we were just seeing those ranks depleted and depleted. So the services that the community was getting from the command staff, they were wearing multiple hats. So it's important to not only focus on recruitment and the hiring of officers, but continuing the promotional kind of plan, so that as soon as a promotional test is over, we are having another one. So people aren't waiting and concerned, where is my role in the police department? How do I fit in? When do I have the ability to ascend to the higher ranks? So it is definitely a goal to be able to make the upper ranks more representative of the community. And that is happening right now. And we are doing that in multiple ways, on all levels, from the top down and from the bottom up, especially with the recruitment.
Right, good to hear. You mentioned recruiting. Yes, I'm all for recruiting because I want to see more officers on the ground. However, retaining the senior officers that are currently with us that have experience, what is your plan to retain our senior staff that can be the mentors, the supervisors to the younger officers coming in? What's the, what is your plan to hold on to them so that when their 20 years come about, boom, they're not looking to go because, they've done their time?
I think a lot of that, it kind of ties back into the piece of having the ability to have upward mobility here. And I think that we had the ability to lose 20 officers this year in 2021. And we didn't lose all 20. All 20 didn't choose to retire. There were some who in the end pulled back their retirement papers, said, they were thinking about going, and whatever it was, they decided that they wanted to stay. Well, we need to figure out and define what it is that is keeping those officers here. And it's opportunity. It's knowing that they have a seat at the table, that their experience matters, and it's making sure that they feel fulfilled. Many times we have our those who have 20 years on and they've been doing the same role and they think that it's something that they're happy with, they know how to do it, but sometimes we have to challenge. We have to say, hey, listen, you're a fantastic officer, but there's this temporary assignment, and I really think that you would be great in backgrounds. I really think that you would be great in the detective bureau as this. Why don't we take a test? Sometimes people just need to be mentored and approached one-on-one to say, you are fantastic at this, and I know how we can make you better, and it can reinvigorate your career. Because when people love coming to work, they continue to come to work. They're not looking at the countdown for when they could retire. They want to know, when is it Monday again? Because I am happy, I am fulfilled. Meeting those needs is very important in retaining officers.
Got you. Okay. In looking at your resume, you've been on the force, the New Haven Police Department for a good 19 years. Now, if confirmed as chief, the requirements of any upper staff is a relocation to our city here in New Haven. You've been on the force for a long time, but I'm assuming, I could be wrong, that you're not a New Haven resident. How, as a parent, and with children, school-age children, and if confirmed to this position, what's your thought on relocation? Are you planning to relocate to New Haven? Have you looked into the possibilities? Talk to me.
Yes. So when this came up, even as acting chief, and the thought of the possibility that this could potentially be a permanent chief, I had that conversation with my husband. We are a team. He is my biggest cheerleader. He is the person who says, what do we need to do? Let's make it happen. So yes, we will relocate. Yes, I do have small children. My sister lives in New Haven. My niece goes to New Haven school. So it is something that will bring us closer to her. She is my primary care person when my kids aren't in school anyway. So they come down in the morning. So it is something that we will begin the process as soon as possible to begin looking for a place to relocate and get everyone accustomed to just the new school system, the new activities, and everything that goes along with that. It is important because my kids are obviously, extremely important, but the change is not something, the children and my husband are not something that prevent me from moving. We are a package deal, and we will be coming.
Excellent. All right. So next thought I'm thinking about, All right, as Chair Santana said, this term that we're considering you for ends at the 31st of January 2022, right? So at that point, I mean, if confirmed, okay, you'll be chief. What's to stop you from just saying, hey, I got that money, and you know what? I'll keep it moving and move on to somewhere else, probably with some bigger money and or more lucrative fringe benefits, let's just say. I'm just speaking hypothetical, right? What's to stop you from doing that? Ms. Dominguez?
I'm committed to the city. I'm committed to this police department. I don't have any plans. Excuse me. I don't have any plans of moving or moving on to bigger or better. I am exactly where I need to be, exactly where I want to be. I have a lot of projects that I was grateful to be able to begin while I was just acting as soon as I took over for Chief Reyes. And those are projects that I want to be able to see through. I am here for my officers. I'm here for the community, and it is about stability. And I want to be able to give both the community and the officers the stability that we haven't had in the past. I've been a chief for 19 years, and I think I may have had 10 police chiefs. I want to be able to stop that kind of revolving door. And to be here and to be committed. So I am committed to the city and to being this chief.
All righty. Last but not least, let's talk a little bit about the overtime situation, because that's a big deal for me. What's your plan to kind of, if you're confirmed to, bolster up this department, having them be more accountable and cut down the overtime, because that's a big problem.
Yeah, we have definitely seen that the overtime has risen, and the overtime has risen as a direct relation to two factors. The first factor is our numbers continue to reduce. Our people continue to retire. So we're down to 323, as I had said earlier in my opening statement. And that is something that, in order to give the community the safety in which they deserve and the number of officers per shift that keeps the officer safe, but also allows us to be able to answer the calls for service in a timely fashion and be able to give the commitment to the community at each call and not just be like, we're rushing, we got to get to the next one. We have to rebuild capacity, and rebuilding capacity will reduce the overtime. More officers on the street. Much of our overtime comes from filling the holes, filling those. So it's not the extra details that we're trying to do. It's just backfilling the vacancies. As soon as we can get officers hired, and our laterals have been fantastic. And it's something that we're going to continue to each time the list is exhausted, to put them, to repost, because we get officers faster that way, and we get officers who already have some experience and they need less work. And that is a quicker way to be able to add to the force and reduce the overtime. The other piece is the violence. When there's these numbers there's pieces, we can predict that we are going to be 10 officers short tomorrow. I can't predict what the violence will be. So those are added pieces that drive up our overtime at certain times. When they're investigating a shooting, when they're unfortunately investigating a homicide, that involves overtime from the detective bureau and also from the patrol division. So the only way to reduce that is to reduce that crime. And we have seen in the past few weeks that, maybe 6 weeks, and yesterday we had both, unfortunately, the homicide and the shooting, but we were seeing a reduction in the violence. And we were seeing that we have been able to reduce some of the issues and make key arrests of individuals that are also reducing some of this violence. So those are the two pieces that we need to work on, that I'm committed to working on. A main one is that recruitment effort. So 21 officers going into the police academy next week, 8 in the academy already. We're already at 30 almost, and then another class in February, to stay on pace for 2 classes per year, something we've never been able to do in the past. I'm committed, and I am confident that we can do it. I have a great team. You heard the CAO potentially to be discuss about how she met Sergeant Finch at the football game. He's our guy. He can do it. And I know we can do it with his team.
Excellent. Thank you so much for answering my questions, Acting Chief Dominguez, and thank you for being here with us this evening. Chair Santana, that's all for me. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Alder Hamilton. Alder Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a couple of questions. Acting Chief Dominguez, you answered a number of my questions in the summary that you provided. I'd like to see if you can talk a little bit more about community policing. You know that you shared in your summary about culture change in the police department. Thanks to movements like Black Lives Matters, Emma Jones, and those who have founded the Civilian Review Board, our management teams, and others, their input in causing that consciousness be raised in reference to how police take care of our issues related to crime and enforcement. And my concern here, also, we've been able to look at what's going on in the city, and a resiliency department has been established to address violence and to address individuals coming out of the correctional system and other important things, mental health, the opioid epidemic. The concern and the question that I have is that it seems like there's a piece that's missing regarding the resident involvement at the neighborhood level. We talk about community policing and you say it's happening, but yet every chance we get in one way or another, we're concerned and we're still saying we need community policing. So how are you going to get us there in terms of at the resident base that we can finally say, okay, we do have community policing in New Haven? Back in the pastor, when he was chief, everybody knew there was community policing in New Haven. It was working, numbers were going down in terms of crime. So can you share, what do you see that we may improve at the neighborhood level regarding community policing? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for that question. Yes, I do believe that community policing is working here in New Haven. I do believe that we can obviously improve it. And the type of components that the community, when we knock on doors, when we do canvases, when we're out in the community, with the first thing that the community asks us, I want more police. I want to see more police officers out here. And that is what we're trying to deliver to them, rebuilding the police department, adding the numbers. And then in turn, that means more police officers in the community, more police officers on the street, not just on the street, not just in the police cars, on the walking beats, in the bicycle beats, because bicycle allows them to cover more area, to be in more places, but outside that car, where you're able to stop and pull over and talk to the family, playing in the front yard, and stopping at the school when there's recess, and so many activities that we can really embed our officers in, like you have seen in the past. And like we have been accustomed to saying, this is New Haven. New Haven was, at the forefront of community policing under Chief Pastor. So it's important to get back to those core components, but it is also important to understand that we are still doing the work. And we are still forging those relationships, and it's in other ways due to capacity, due to not having enough officers, but it is not an excuse, and it is not, it's not a replacement for the officers walking the beat. It is just right now, that is what the form that community policing has taken. But if you ask the officers, they know the people in the neighborhood, and all of us know our district managers, and they have really taken on more of a role to be able to be the liaison and the conduit to making sure that the officers are getting into the community, and that the community feels heard, and that the community concerns are being met. But yes, you are right. Having those officers back on the walking beats is one of my goals. And I think the community will also welcome them and feel the difference, and it will feel safer with the officers being there and knowing, it's Officer Renee, knowing the first name, the kids knowing them. So it's very important to me, as it is to you, ma'am.
I think it's significant. Where are the conversations of what community policing really means to our residents? You say that you know what community policing is and that you're doing it, but the residents are saying we need more community policing. Anyway, community policing, yes, engaging the residents. The next question that I have is that since 1990, as you had indicated that you worked under quite a few chiefs, there's been at least 7 different police chiefs in the city. Officers have endured different lifestyles of administration. What can we and your officers expect from your administration? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. So I think my officers can expect that I am going to hold them to the highest standards that I have for myself and that the community has for us. So that means that when they do a good job, they will be told. However, what is more important is when our officers are not holding the public's trust to the level that it should be, when there are violations of the public's trust, that we are not turning a blind eye, if you will. We are not saying, oh, it's just a police officer. The standards that I hold for the community are the same standards that I hold for my police officers. And they are well aware of that. They also know that it is important to me. The community relationships that we are building is paramount to making this city and this community safer. Without these relationships in the community, we are unable to have effective community police relationships and effective community policing, if you will. We are also unable to reduce the crime. Crime reduction has a huge piece and a huge component is in the community. When we say, multiple times we are trying, our solvability rate is down and we are trying to solve these crimes and we need the community support. Without that engagement from our officers, without the community being like, I know this officer, I know that I have information and I trust him or her, those are the pieces that are important to us, and that my officers are aware that it's important to me and therefore it is important to them. And they go out there every day with full expectations of what I have for them. There is not a question as to what I expect, how I expect them to hold themselves, how I expect them to engage with the community, their tone, their demeanor. Every call that you go on, you are going to treat that individual like that is your mother and your mother is calling. And how would you want her treated by the police if she had to call the police? They are aware of that. And the times in which that doesn't happen, because I am aware that it doesn't always happen. We have tools in place. We have complaint forums. We have complaint ways for the community to make complaints about officers. And we also have a tool that is been used in so many ways to benefit the officers and say they did no wrongdoing, but also show that, yes, look at this, look at the way you spoke to this person. And that's the body cameras. People are like, no, I didn't talk that way. Watch yourself. Many times we don't understand how we sound, how our inflection is, our tone, our lack of patience, and that's unacceptable. And so we do have those tools and we use those tools as a training tool, because it's no better way to know what you were doing wrong than to show you what you did wrong or show you what you did right and how you did well.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Chair Santana, you're on mute.
You're mute.
Apologize. Thank you, Alder Rodriguez. Alder Marks.
Yes, thank you, Chair Santana. Wow, my colleagues, they ask a lot. It's good to see you, Chief Dominguez. I do have a question I want to ask, about the percentage of our cold cases, and our unsolved cases and our murder cases. Is there a number that you can actually report us with tonight?
Absolutely, ma'am. It's good seeing you as well. So yes, we currently on average, if you were to look at a 5-year average, we're about 20 to 30% for solvability rate, which is below the number in which we'd want to be. We can really not look at 2021 and say what it is for 2021 because those investigations take so long. So this year we solved homicide investigations from 2020 and 2019. So that will then change those solvability rate. But on an overall ballpark, if we were to look at a 5-year trend, we're about 20 to 30% solvability. And there are things that we absolutely can do to provide justice for these families that have been waiting so long for. One of it is capacity in the Detective Bureau. We are down numbers in the Detective Bureau. We have a detectives test that's happening in 2 weeks, and we are going to be able to rebuild the Detective Bureau. But remembering that when we promote to the Detective Bureau, it depletes more individuals on the street. So it's a very delicate balance. However, it is important that we give more resources in terms of detectives to the Bureau. It is also important that we get back to having a dedicated homicide unit. The unit's specific and sole job is to investigate the homicides. So when a homicide comes in, you're able to give all your attention, and there's not a potential that another major incident would come in and will pull the attention away from those detectives and have to go investigate that other crime. So that is another piece that we need to put together, that the homicide unit, adding more detectives. And then the last piece is technology. If you were to look at Bridgeport and Hartford's solvability rate for homicides, it's about 70%. That is very different than what we're seeing in New Haven. And much of that is the cameras. So that was what kind of sparked going to visit their intel centers in those police departments and seeing the difference and seeing what they have and how they do it, and speaking to the lieutenants and the people really doing the work and how they're able to have this success rate and the solvability rate. And it does go a lot into the technology. There's 1,400 to 1,700 cameras in those two police departments, where we are far less than that at 190, which is why the proposal for the camera proposal that has been put in front of the Alders is so important. Those three components are we are going to see an increase in solvability next year and the year after. And I'm going to be able to report each year that the solvability rate is going up. And I want to come back to this body and to the Alders as a whole to be able to say, we did this. How do we measure that? How do we measure success? Many times that's what we don't do. We're not measuring the success of our programs. So we're adding detectives. We added the homicide unit back. We have these cameras, and now look at our number. That's what I want to come back to report to you on.
Okay. I have another thought. You actually answered the second question I want to ask, but I heard you saying a lot, our colleagues was also saying about, the officers walking the beat, far as in the community, what are your plans as investing in our communities, our Black and brown communities? I remember there was a time our phone would always ring and it was a police officer on the other end, raising money for this, raising money for that. It usually go like in places where it's really needed. And like to see you, not just all of the officers walking the beat, but yourself there giving back to the community. So like if you just walk down the street, everyone gonna know who Chief Renee is. What can you do to make us say that you're investing in our communities, to make us feel good, to give back?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I was supposed to, so as much of the board knows that I unfortunately tested positive for COVID, but some of my plans for this week were to be at all those turkey giveaways that we are, our city is organizing the turkey giveaway in the Hill this week, on Friday, to be able to be there and to be with the community and to be with the families who are seeing me and being like, oh, the chief was here giving me a turkey. The chief was here at our basketball game. She was here at this event. That's important for me. I want to be there. I want to be able to the kids to know who I am and to be able to engage with them. I recently was able to read at LULAC Head Start, and it was such a great day. It was a great day because it brings you back to remembering, why did you become a police officer? You became a police officer to have these little kids so excited to see you, and they couldn't believe that there was a woman in front of them and she was the chief. And it was so rewarding. And so moments like that, that's what I want to be able to be more visible and be out there at all of these events, saying hi to the people that I already know in the community, and then making new contacts and new connections with others that I haven't met yet.
Can you speak more? Thank you. Can you speak more about what I was saying about the telephone calls, like more police officer involving themselves, like getting on the phone, raising money for different charities? I want to hear more about that.
Yeah, so when I was in Westville, we had to raise money in order to get 500 backpacks for our kids, and that's what we did. We went out into the community. We started calling businesses, the local businesses in the community, and raising the money, and then calling the families in the community and saying, hey, listen, we have 500 backpacks to give away. Aldermarks, can you provide me with a list of the kids who are in need? And then being able to go out and either have them come to the substation and get the backpacks or get the gifts at the holiday time, and to be able to really be involved and invested in the program. So it's not just the chief is doing a program or the district manager is doing a program. You're right. It's at the officer level saying, hey, listen, I know that this family over here on Gilbert, they're in need for the holiday. How can we get them a bike? How can we do this? How can we raise money together? And our officers do that. Our officers had, last summer put up a basketball hoop up in the back of Dixwell Plaza because the kids had nowhere to play. So bought money from their own, got some donations from Walmart, and they were there all afternoon setting up that basketball net and then playing with the kids out there. So those are things that we maybe don't highlight enough, but it's the good work that our officers are doing on a daily basis. And we definitely need to showcase a little bit more because it is happening. But I do think I agree with you, and we can do better and we can do more. And that's definitely a goal for us.
Okay, thank you so much. Chair Santana, I have no more questions. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Alder Marks. Alder Hurt.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and Acting Chief Renee Dominguez. Good to see you tonight.
You too, sir.
I just have one question, and it has to do with reorganizing the police department. I know that we all, a lot of people cannot deal with change. Change is, but sometimes change is good in most cases. So the police department, what plans do you have to reorganize and institute a new deployment plan? And what is your plan and time frame to carry this on?
So we have been in the process of reorganizing. We've seen the change of some of the district managers with promotions. We've seen the development of different areas in which we hadn't had people specifically assigned to it. One of them is planning. I hadn't had anybody in planning, and to not have someone dedicated to planning for the police department seemed like something that was unheard of, but it was what we had. People just planned separate projects, and then it kind of, maybe it got to somebody and maybe it rose to the level of the chief, and then we carried it out. But we never had someone who was like, here's our 5-year plan. Here's our 10-year plan. Here's our binder. And if I were to leave in 3 years, the next person who come in would be able to be like, oh, where was Renee on this? Because why are we redoing what we've already done? Or what projects did she already complete? Where could we augment those projects instead of constantly almost feeling like we're starting from the beginning again? So that's why planning was so important. But beyond planning, it was thinking about, we're looking to get accredited for CALIA, and how are we going to be able to do that? And how are we going to have the staff and the resources to do that? So that is going to be something that we're going to have to reorganize for and have discussions about how that is going to happen, because not only is it required by, the police accountability bill, it's something that we want to strive for. We want to be the best police department. We want to make sure that what we're doing rises to the level of the standards, set standards, not just standards that we think that we have, but best practices and what the standards that are set forth for us and outlined for us. And the other piece of reorganization is, for the immediate, and it's not something that we want to do long-term because we do want to get back to full staff. And I know that we can get back to full staff. And in 5 years, we are going to be at full staff. I'm confident in that. But in the meantime, if we were to reorganize and rethink about how we were to deploy officers' days off or to deploy our officers, would we be able to reduce overtime? Would we be able to reduce the amount of time a young officer gets held over? Because to be honest, there are some days that an officer works 5 days, they work 40 hours, and every single day they get held over on purpose, required, not voluntarily. That is not good for work-life balance. That's not good for mental health. When you go home and you can't say to your husband or your wife, oh, I got the kids, I can take them to this, or, you know, I'm going to sleep because in the morning I'm going to get up and put the kids on the bus, but you don't come home because you're held over every single day. That doesn't make our divorce rate any less. That doesn't make the stress on the officers any less. So thinking about a plan and how we can reduce that for the immediate, and then going back to what we're used to, that is something that we would like to do probably in January or February. We're in the process of looking at that and kind of testing it out in a testing environment, because many times what looks good on paper doesn't necessarily look good, in application. And with 300 officers, we want to make sure that we're not changing all of these things for people in their lives and then saying, oh, that didn't work. Sorry. There's too many moving parts. So we really are trying to be deliberate on how we're doing it and making sure that when we do carry out, it'll be something that is successful for the community and then also for the officers.
Thank you, Acting Chief Dominguez. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Alder Hurd. Alder Sabin.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Acting Chief Dominguez, for being here tonight. I have a few questions. First, I wanted to start off with sort of a broader question. I know that there have been some folks in the community who, for a long time and also recently, have been talking about process and what the right way to build trust in the community is when you're making big, important decisions about policing and about how we're interacting with community. And I wanted to ask you what plans you have for making sure that the community is engaged and feels included in the decision-making process under your leadership in the police department and with general policy citywide, because I think there's a lot of research and we know from our experience that when residents feel like their voices are being heard, then they might be more likely to trust our officers and trust city government. So would be interested to hear your thoughts on that.
Yeah, that's a great question. And that was brought up at a meeting in Fairhaven. And the mayor and I acted immediately on that. The criticism was, we don't know what the police department is doing. You're not communicating with us. We don't know that these programs are happening. We don't know that these successes are happening. We don't know when these issues are coming up. And so we instituted weekly press conferences, and they're put out on the city Facebook page, and the press are covering these events, but it's a way for us every single week, not just when something good or bad happens, to get out there and say, here's our numbers for the week, give some stats, give some summaries on major incidents that happened, shootings, homicides, any significant arrest. It's a time that we're able to highlight our officers. It's a time that we're able to bring things up, like during recruitment. It was perfect for recruitment. Every week I was standing in front of the media and the community saying, come be a New Haven police officer. We're able to highlight the good work of the detectives or of the officers whose maybe case I'm presenting. So it was taking the criticism from the community, which was rightfully so, because we do a lot of things, but we may not be doing the best job in communicating it. And then also with our social media, we could do better with our social media so that people feel informed. And now that is not necessarily a way for the community to have the input, but to be putting out the input, be putting out the information so that the community is aware of what is going on, and complaints that maybe are unable to get back to me are able to get to you all, to be able to get to their alder to say, hey, listen, I hear the police department is looking to do this. I don't agree with it, and we can call a meeting on it. There was just a meeting in the Hill that the Hill Alders had called about violence. So I think those are ways that the police department wants to engage as well. when there is a specific issue, whether it's, per district, per ward, or overall for the city, how we're able to do a better job at communicating. And with Zoom, I think it does allow for more participation from the community at some of these events. And it also allows me to bring more officers into them. So, any officer can kind of come and jump on. It could be the beat officer. And I think that's a great way to kind of bring in the officers who are doing the work to some of these meetings. At the Hill, and I just use this because it's recent, at the Hill meeting, Lieutenant Marshall brought in his officers, and it's a great to hear from the officers who are doing the work, and to be able to have their opinion and to be able to talk to them and to see what their vision is and how, because many times what I think and what the officers think, they probably have better ideas than I do because they're in it every single day. So I think that is definitely a way that it's something that we can continue and work harder to do better in.
Thank you. I appreciate that explanation. I will say, I think that that press conferences and social media are sort of, in some ways, more about the police department talking to the city as opposed to, or talking to our residents as opposed to our residents talking to the police department and having the police department listen. So I think, I would encourage you to figure out whether we can have some community listening sessions where you go out in the city and the neighborhoods and ask people about what they want to see from the police department, what they want to see change, because I think that's the kind of process that will build more trust and make people feel like their voices are heard. So I would love to hear if you have any thoughts about and whether you think that's something that that you can do.
Yeah, absolutely. I was actually just writing that down. I think that's great. I think that we can do more of that, community listening sessions. And I think that's a great way to frame it as well. So where the community is able to come with a topic, we're able to kind of reach out to the alders, reach out to the community leaders and say, what is a topic for this month that we want to kind of talk about? And to be able to have the key people, myself and the district manager, or if it's related to the detective bureau, somebody from the detective bureau to be able to come, somebody from IA maybe to be able to come to explain if there is this particular issue that we would want to address and we want to inform and educate. And I think the other thing that we are looking to do for 2022 is a Citizens Police Academy. And I think that is another way. It's a smaller scale because obviously we can't have as much community involvement, but we've done it in the past, and making this be more of an annual academy that we're able to bring people in from the community to be able to sit through a Citizens Police Academy. I think it's a great way to build relationships and also to learn something about policing that maybe you have not known about before.
Excellent. That's good to hear. I just want to shift gears a little bit and talk about diversity again. And my colleagues asked really good questions earlier. And I wanted to follow up on one thing specifically, which is I think over the past year or so, we've seen a number of our Black and brown officers and folks higher ranking officers in the department leave the department. And I was wondering if you have any thoughts about why that might have happened. And then also to follow up what you are planning to do to make sure that that does not continue.
Yeah, so there was, back in late 90s, there was a large push through COPS grants to hire, and we got our police department back to capacity using a lot of these grants. So a good portion of individuals were kind of hired together. In the past few years, many of those classes, because they're all an academy class, were eligible to retire. So we lost a lot of our upper ranks, and many were our Black and brown leaders, and we lost them to retirements just for having enough time, having 25 years dedicated to the police department, moving on either to other roles, other opportunities, or just retiring for it was time to go. Captain Duff, he wanted to go. We were grateful that, after he was shot, he came back. He had 25 years. He had a goal to complete 25 years, and that's a long time in policing. And he had a wonderful career. So many of the retirements at that 25 year mark are simply, they've put in the time, they have the time to go, and they're moving on to different opportunities, or just to do something else other than policing, to take their skills into the private sector of the world. But for the individuals that are kind of on the fence, I would say there are many opportunities here. So those individuals with 18, 19, 20 years, we want to do something for them, as I had, said before, that makes them feel reinvigorated. What can you do? What haven't you done here? Have you been in patrol your whole career and you want to experience something else? We need those officers to stay. We need them to mentor our younger officers, our younger lieutenants, our younger sergeants. So I think it's important for us to see how we can put a robust mentoring program in place. And in that mentoring program, it would allow for, career development, but also retention, because when people feel that they're giving back and they're helping in the process of developing others, I feel like it gives them a reason to stay, and it gives them the desire to stay and not just to walk out the door. So that is something that I hope that we're able to continue and able to kind of do more in an official way, a mentoring program, an official mentoring program with a policy, with rules, not just kind of, we're always mentored throughout our career. We always find somebody, but more of a on the books kind of way.
Great.
That was great. Thank you for that explanation. Sort of as you mentioned, and as you were explaining, right now, I think for the first time since 1993, there are no Black or Hispanic cops in any of the department's top positions, chief, assistant chief, or captain. And I'm wondering, and this is sort of a yes or no question, whether you're committed to appointing or elevating any officers of color to any of those top leadership positions.
Yes, of course. That is something that we're working on building towards. That is something that is important to us as a police department. It's important to put individuals in places that are able to do the job. And we have many people here who are completely able and ready and competent. And so we are going to continue our diversifying of the police department. And some of those will be in years from now, and some of those will be immediate. But yes, my yes or no answer was not, but yes, we are committed to that of the police department.
That's very good to hear. And I have a couple more questions. Madam Chair, I don't know if you want me to, I can circle back again, or I can continue.
Yes, let me, let have Alder from Ward 20 ask a couple questions, and I'll circle back with you. Thank you, Alder Saban.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Chief Domingue. I have one question or two. I really appreciate the answer you give to my colleague. You give to us about what you plan to do about like a promotion with the people of color. But I go back to think, do you have enough tools to do that? If you look how long have been we had a gap. So do you think what was wrong? At first, what was wrong? And second, what tools do you have to achieve your goals? Thank you.
So I think we're always looking for more tools and more ways to be able to achieve the goals that I'm thinking that you're referencing in, building capacity, reducing crime, and diversifying the police department. So okay. So I think that, in a police department, there are civil service rules, there are officers that there are rules for promotions, there are rules for how we're able to get there. So regardless of who the chief is, we have those beneath me that we have to choose to mentor, to elevate to these further positions. And I do think that we are giving our officers the tools. We are giving more training at the command staff level. We are giving FBI training at the sergeant's level, at the lieutenant's level, and at the captain's level. Bringing it right here to New Haven, not having our officers have to go out, and this is elevated training, because we know that it's important in order to develop a person to be able to take on a leadership role, that they need the tools themselves. And the tools that I'm able to provide them are in terms of education, training, mentorship, and also opportunity. So providing my staff with opportunities that are going to allow them to one day be the chief of police if that is where they ascend to go. Yes, I think we can always do more. We can always look at different ways for us to develop our people and for me to develop my people. But we are working towards that, and we have been working towards that, sending them to advanced leadership schools, sending them to PERF, to the FBI Academy, all of these type of training that allows the building of a leader and giving tools to a leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Acting Chief Domingue.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Alder from Ward 20. Alder Saban, would you like to continue your questions?
Sure, unless any of my other colleagues have any. I can go ahead.
Yes.
One thing that I think is obviously incredibly important is addressing misconduct and making sure that our police officers are treating our residents with respect and dignity at all times. And specifically, there have been 2 officers who have been arrested recently for sexual violence against city residents. And I was wondering what you're doing within the department to make sure that that never happens again, and also whether you think that there are any culture changes that need to occur within the department to prevent that kind of thing from happening in the future.
Yeah, so it's very upsetting when we are getting individuals from the community coming and reporting that our officers are taking advantage in some form of community members, and in this case that you're talking about, in sexual nature. So what is important is that we have an IA division and we have officers that the community, that these individuals who have been taken advantage of feel comfortable enough to come forward. And we have done enough work, and there is more work to be done, to be able to have it be a place where it is safe, that you can come forward to the New Haven Police Department and you know that your complaint is going to be taken serious. I think these past 2 incidents have shown just that. And we have done a lot of work to get here. And our IA division is one of the best, and we are very transparent. We work well with the CRB. We have been doing everything we can to make sure that officers are held accountable for these actions of violations of the public trust. And I personally have, during my short time here in 8 months, have had to deal with these incidents, and I have taken swift action so that the other officers are well aware of what I am going to do when something like this occurs. But then also the community knows that you can come forward, that we are going to hear you, we are going to listen to you, and we are going to do everything to make sure we are thoroughly investigating your complaint, whether it comes in as anonymous, whether it comes in on the phone, in person, via email, however it is, we take those complaints, every single complaint that comes in. And unfortunately, in this case, an officer was arrested. It was arrested by the New Haven Police Department, arrested a New Haven police officer, because there is zero tolerance, and I'm holding the officers accountable.
Thank you. Thank you for that explanation. I also have a specific or 2 specific questions about the recruitment process and the use of psychological reporting and evaluations of candidates. The first question is, I think that we need to be screening for the type of personality traits, maybe dominant personality traits, that might lead to the kind of misconduct or abuse that has occurred. I think there's been some conversations about that being an important thing to try to screen for, and I'd be interested to hear your thoughts about that.
Yeah, so I absolutely agree. So POST, which is our certifying body, for the state of Connecticut, requires that a polygraph and a psychological examination are requirements. The results of those are left to the police department. So obviously, in any case, we get a report and it will say, there's questions of sexual deviance and things like like that would potentially be red flags for us down the road to be sitting here today saying we arrested a police officer for patronizing a prostitute. So those are important, that we're making sure that we as the police department are carefully going through these psychological evaluations and asking questions if they are coming up. And then also looking at the background and saying, can we go back to their background investigation and could we do a little bit more work to see if we can uncover anything else? And then presenting these individuals for removal, if appropriate, to the Board of Police Commissioners, and making sure that at that time we are being very clear as to why we are removing them. We're not just removing them because it was a psych failure. We're at that process. We're removing them for these specific reasons and what that could possibly translate to once you become an officer, once you have more freedoms to be able to, as a police officer, it's not like you're sitting in a cubicle and your boss is watching you, right? You're going out there, you're engaging with the community, and we want to make sure that all those engagements are appropriate and professional. So that is important to be able to, and we do that. And I do think we do a good job of that. Obviously there are times when individuals will pass a psychological. There are also times when individuals will fail a psychological. However, it hasn't been, appropriately documented, or we haven't done a great job, explaining as to the reasons why we would want them to be removed, and then them moving forward through the process. So that is important to be mindful of, especially in the light of the 2 incidents that we had.
Thank you. I appreciate that answer. Another point that I wanted to ask about related to the psychological reporting is, and I had the opportunity to ask you about this the other day, and I was wondering if you were able to follow up, because my understanding is that at some point, I think in the past year, the psychological reporting and evaluation that the city does for our candidate list disqualified many or potentially all of the Black and Hispanic candidates on the list. And I would be interested to hear your thoughts about why that might happen, and whether you think that we need to be doing anything differently to make sure that everyone has a fair and equal shot to become a police officer in our city.
Absolutely. And I did have the opportunity to go back to 2 different tests to see who were the individuals by demographics as to were removed on a psych failure. So just for the Board of Alders, each officer is one of the pieces in the process. They go through a psychological exam, which is administered by a professional that we have done an RFP for, that we have contracted out to. So in 2019, we had 6 individuals removed from the process solely on the psych failure. The demographics are 1 Black female, 1 Hispanic female, and 4 white males were removed by the Board of Police Commissioners for failing the psychological. This process currently, which is going to be the 8 that we just seated in satellite academies and the 21 that we're hoping to see as long as they pass their physical agility, on December 1st, we have removed 1 Hispanic female for a psychological failure. So I think that it's something that we discuss often, and we want to make sure that we are being mindful that it is not a process that is eliminating a certain demographic of candidates unfairly. And I think that looking back at these numbers, we're able to say that that has not been the case, but it's something that we need to make sure that we are going for the next RFP and going for the next contract, that we're opening up the ability for others to attempt to become our vendor, and making sure that it's equitable. And I do think that that's something that we're doing, that these numbers are showing. And I would be glad to even go further to see if it's something that we're doing better now, and maybe historically we weren't doing so well on.
Thank you so much. It's great. Very glad that you're able to provide us with those numbers. That's very helpful. I just have, I think, 2 more questions. The first is, so as you may know, the Yale Police Department operates in our city. They have around 100 officers, I think. They're all sworn officers and have the same powers as New Haven police officers, but they do not have the same oversight that New Haven police officers have. They are not subject to the Civilian Review Board, and they are not subject to discipline from the Board of Police Commissioners like all of our NHPD officers are. And that's under an agreement that was signed, a memorandum of understanding that was signed in 1994, I think, and hasn't been changed since then. And I'm wondering whether you think that it's time for us to make changes to that document so that all of the police officers who are operating in our city have the same discipline standards and public oversight that they need to have.
So I think that's a great question because, our Board of Police Commissioners do hire the Yale officers and they do have our badges and they do work within our city. And I think if we looked at the Civilian Review Board ordinance, it's very vague in terms of sworn officer. So in an event that a Yale officer was involved in something and we were in some like a discipline kind of thing and the Civilian Review Board, I do feel would be able to review that. I do think that there is some work that we should be doing with Yale because that recommendation, which normally the ordinance comes to me, it wouldn't come to me. It would need to go to the Yale chief because he is responsible for his discipline and the process that happens over there. But I think that is something that as we become more transparent and as we're working in conjunction, because we do work really well with Yale, we do have a better relationship than we've had 10 years ago, and we do rely on them for some of the added benefits that they're able to give us in the areas in which their university is, within our city and those kind of boundaries. But I do think it is something that should be discussed further. I think that Chief Higgins would definitely be open to seeing how these pieces would fit for his organization and, kind of having a greater conversation on it. We have a lot of open communication. And like I said, because the Civilian Review Board ordinance is so vague, I do think that there's the ability for us to kind of see how we could do better at giving some oversight to some of the officers who are in our city, but not necessarily New Haven police officers.
Thank you for that explanation. I agree that the ordinance is a little vague, and I think we need to have some lawyers talk about what the current understanding of the law is, and also whether we need to change the MOU from 1994. And then my last question, we obviously know that in our city we've had dozens of residents who've been hit by cars or killed walking or biking or getting on and off the bus. And I think speeding and traffic safety is something that a lot of residents have concerns about in all of our neighborhoods. And I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about the strategy that the department has had and will continue to have potentially under your leadership with regard to traffic safety and keeping people safe who are walking or taking the bus or biking to get around.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great question. And that is something that we talk about at all of our meetings, all of our command staff meetings and with our district managers. And part of our planning lieutenant's job is to come up with a way that we're able to look at some stats and see how we would be able to better deploy our traffic division, but then also our officers who are going to be doing, maybe stops in an area, or when we are receiving a grant for distracted driving or seatbelt or DUIs, those type of grants, to be able to look at the data so that we might think that a Friday night is the biggest night for pedestrian, that pedestrians are struck more on a Friday night because there's more people out, where it's really a Tuesday at noon. And what is happening at Tuesday at noon? And so being able to look at the data and then deploying the resources and the specialized units and the grant funding and all of these extra things to overlay on those trends that he has been able to uncover. So he is going back to every single fatality, pedestrian struck, bicycle struck, and then just regular accident, and be able to look at trends, to be able to chart it out. And it's really something that we haven't done. We know kind of overall where we need to be. We need some work on the boulevard, right? We need some work on Grand Avenue, on some of our main thoroughfares where we are seeing individuals struck, and how are we able to fix them, not just with enforcement, but we need to make sure that we're looking at lighting and we're looking at the way, the way the street is designed. Are there some improvements that we can do that are not specific to enforcement? Because it might not be the enforcement that is the thing that is going to change the culture and the thing that is going to change these collisions and making the streets safer for our pedestrians and for our bicyclists. So yes, we are absolutely working on it. And I'm big on the data. I'm big on show me why we need to put officers here. And let's put them there, as opposed to just taking resources and spending money, potentially if it's on an overtime basis, in an area that we don't have the data to support why we are there. And so that is very important for me, because I think that that's something we can stand behind. We can say to the community, this is why we're here.
Thank you. I appreciate your answer to that question. I think maybe potentially, if I can ask one more question, I'm interested to know if you could sort of explain to the community potentially the process for investigations of officers and officers being placed on administrative leave, because I think some folks maybe have concerns about how long those investigations take and whether discipline can then still be given out, because sometimes the window of time that discipline can be given out ends as the investigations drag on. So be interested to know if you could just give us a quick explanation of how that works.
Of course, yes. So by contract, there's 90 days for the internal investigation to be able to begin and completed. And then I have 90 days to render discipline without an extension. So in the event that the investigation is taking longer, and this case that is happening currently took longer than 90 days and is currently still in the process of the internal affairs investigation. However, we know, and the union knows, and that's why there are exceptions to every rule, that certain cases are just more intricate and certain cases require more investigation. And we need to have a mechanism to be able to give a thorough investigation, because that's to the benefit of the community, but also the benefit to the officer, giving them the due process that they deserve to know that we did a thorough investigation. We spoke to every single person we could. We got as much video footage as we possibly could. We did search warrants where applicable. So while those are the guidelines that we do follow based off our collective bargaining agreement, we do have the ability for the investigators in IA to request an extension from me, and that's then communicated to the union.
Great. Thank you. I appreciate that explanation. And thank you for answering all of my questions. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Alder Saban. I think Chief Dominguez, I really don't have any questions for you. I think the committee has asked a number of questions. I think those in attendance and those listening this evening understand a little bit more of what your plans are and what the future holds for the police department if you're appointed. So I thank you for that information, and it sheds light on some questions that people were still questioning. And so this gives them that opportunity to understand what you have to give. And yes.
I apologize. Our colleague Alder from the 20th Ward has his hand up.
Oh, I apologize. I did. Oh, I see it. I was just going, and then I was going to ask another question. But thank you. Thank you for all the sharing that you gave this evening. Alder from Ward 20, you have a question you'd like to ask?
Yes, Madam Chair. You hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. Was a question, this time, the time of technology, and when you get the position, it will be to protect, you do it to protect the resident against the hackers. And some young people are getting in trouble because of the emails or phones, whatever happened with technology. So what can you talk about how you planning to protect the population, the people, the resident, about those hackers or anything bad from technology? Because I know in the future we're going to have more.
Mm-hmm.
And some people get the information stolen, things like that. Can you talk about this one?
Yes, sir. Thank you. So yeah, so I think technology can be broken down, excuse me, into two different parts that we're concerned about, especially for our youth. Our youth and our elderly, I feel like, are the two most vulnerable groups that this technology kind of tries to violate. So for our elderly, we see where hackers will come in, or there'll be scams that come in and they, try to get you to give your social security number and answer an email and providing information that you shouldn't be providing. We do some educational discussions and talks. We've gone into the libraries before to be able to kind of talk to seniors. Detective Reed, who's fantastic. She has a great PowerPoint and she really talks about keeping seniors safe. She's gone and talked to numerous organizations on the police department's behalf on how to be able to safeguard yourself, and talking to the group that is not really technology savvy and are more vulnerable, have less individuals in their lives, maybe they're widowed, they're alone, and the person calling or the person sending the email, and you're thinking that this is a valid request and you're getting roped into giving away your life savings, are things that we really want to make sure that we're providing the education from. And it's providing it from the police department, and then also using the organizations in the city to be able to push that information out, the elderly organizations, but also the libraries and the schools, and being able to filter this information to as many people, and also through our social media, making sure that we're pushing out information that way as to, it's Christmas time, be careful of these kind of scams and things like that. And then the other piece I think is important is letting our young people know that in the age of technology, you send a text, you send a picture, you send something, a Snapchat that is, either sexual in nature, or you're claiming that you're going to shoot up the school, or you're making any violent threats to somebody. This is not something that, I didn't mean it. And there's consequences to this. And our SROs, our school resource officers, do a great job. And so does our special victims unit, going into the schools and talking about sexting, talking about sending a picture of your girlfriend, and now you broke up, and she's, 15 years old, and she made the poor choice to send you a picture of her, exposed, and then you sending that picture out to your friends. That's a crime. And that's a crime that is going to stick with you. And it's it's in the category of pornography. Now we have a 15-year-old who's been arrested for this serious crime when that wasn't the intention, but not understanding the consequences that the technology which they have is what it is doing, what your social media is doing, how that is affecting your future applications to college, your future jobs. So it's very important that one comes from the police department, but it's supported by the schools, it's supported by the families, it's supported by the caregivers and the parents. And I think that we can make sure that we're making those connections, because it's very important.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Any further questions from the committee?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Alder Rodriguez.
I have a couple of questions. They're basic.
Okay.
Thank you. The first question has to do in reference to that our police department trains new officers, invest a lot of money in the training and ongoing training, and then our neighboring cities benefit from having them employed. And so are there any incentives or requirements that you're going to stipulate so that the officers can remain in New Haven, at least for a period of time? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. So I think that we were definitely seeing that, other departments were poaching on our officers, and we're taking our fantastic officers who were educated by us, who had the, experience that only a city can give. They experienced more in 2 years here than you would in 20 years in some of the smaller departments. And they were really feeding on that. In the past few years, with our contract being, out of arbitration and us having a contract, because we worked without a contract for many years. Those new contract negotiations were definitely something that allowed our officers to stay and to remain. And it was very important. And we saw the officers got more pay. The officers got some pieces back that they didn't have before in terms of, being able to have some incentives to stay, being able to accrue your sick time. And those were things that have definitely slowed down the rate of young officers leaving for other departments, because I think they are seeing that we are competitive here. We have done a good job, and the city has done a good job, and the Alders have done a good job, because it's without that money that you're, giving to us and to be able to put it into our contract and into our wages is important. So that has been able to slow it. And then there are some rules within the contract that you have to stay for 2 years, or you have to pay back the cost of the police academy. And then also the state has a requirement too. So we do hold to that. I did have an officer looking to go to East Haven, and the East Haven Police Department called me and said, would you waive this fee? And I said, absolutely not. I'm not just going to waive it because, this person wants to go there for whatever reasons, valid reasons, maybe you want to go there, but no, there are rules into place. You came here, we've put the time and effort into you. And that is not something that I'm going to just throw away lightly.
Thank you. And then in terms of education, this is just a technical, in reference to a technical observation. Your police department, many of the officers, instead of referring, I'll give you an example. For me, Alder Evelyn Rodriguez, they say ma'am or sir. Can you just educate me in reference to why is that? Why not refer to the individual in reference to the title that they have? Thank you, Acting Chief Dominguez.
Of course. So I think it's a term of respect to be referring as sir or ma'am. And I think maybe it requires some education on our part to say, in dealing with members of the city who have titles like Alder, Commissioner, that we should be addressing them with the respect that their title and their service to the city allows for them. So that is something that I absolutely can bring back. And I'm always looking for improvements and feedback for our officers. And I always want, the board to feel respected by our officers, because they absolutely do respect your role in the community and know the importance that you have to the community, and also being the liaison to the police department. So that is absolutely something that I can address.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. That is all. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Rodriguez. Alder Hamilton, you have a question?
Yeah, I just have thank you, Chair Santana, a follow-up thought. Acting Chief Dominguez, if you're appointed, one thing I would like to see happen that used to happen before, each alder, if there's a situation that arises in any ward, in times of past, officers would reach out to the alder and say, hey, alder so-and-so, this has happened in your area, that has happened. That doesn't always follow through anymore. That's a situation that should always continue. Why? Because a resident shouldn't call the alder and inform them of situation going on that they're not aware of, where it is the police department's responsibility as they respond to issues to, inform our alders of that, right? So that is just a suggestion that I would like to see continued. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. And if I can just quickly follow up, I agree. And I think that sometimes we have fallen to having the district manager, notify, but I don't think that that is necessarily the proper way to be doing it in a moment where you don't want to wait to the next morning. So all of the phone numbers, are listed for the board. So car 9, the supervisor on the scene, if it's a significant issue and it should not be waiting to the district manager is notifying you the next day or that evening, that it can be something that we absolutely can rectify and have more timely notification when appropriate.
Thank you, Chair Santana. I'm finished.
Okay, any further questions from the committee? Any further questions from the committee? Any further questions from the committee? Seeing none, I'd like to go to the public testimony. I have a list here. Misty, has anything changed? I don't think we need to keep you on any longer, Assistant Chief Dominguez, because these will be testimonies that individuals will be given on your behalf or the chief or the CAO. So you can stay on and listen. You're more than welcome to do that. Are we going to take them in order, Misty? I have Shelley Carter for the CAO. Is she available?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Oh, hi, Shelley.
Hi.
And you're going to speak on behalf of the CAO. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. State your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Shelley Carter. My address is 42 Griswold Street, Meriden, Connecticut.
Thank you for that. And tell us why you would like to speak with us tonight about the position of the CAO.
I am speaking on behalf of Regina Rush Kittle, and I'm happy to speak on her behalf this evening. So let me just say that in May of this year, I received a call from Deputy Commissioner Regina Rush Kittle extending an offer of employment with the Division of Emergency Management and Homeland Security. And with the excitement, I truly accepted the offer. After almost 22 years of service in the Hartford Fire Department, it was time for me to make changes and expand my wings. I couldn't have been more excited to work with Deputy Commissioner Rush Kittle. I knew that with her matured and expansive career in the Connecticut State Police, the Marines and Army Reserves, and in public safety, I was in the right hands. You see, the DC, which is what I call her, has taken the approach that I too follow: diversify public safety and ensure that all people have a fair and equitable shot at success. I've watched Deputy Commissioner in adverse situations where her integrity would have been called into question, but she stood firm on her being fair and equitable. She has taken the division, which I currently work, and have hired management and supervisory positions with those people who look like me. The hiring process that she has created gives all seeking employment at higher levels of government a chance. DC believes in backing her staff, praising in public, and disciplining in private. She is the biggest cheerleader of all who work for her. This is factual, as I witnessed her at my girls' camp this past summer. I was new to DEMIS and was excited to invite the DC to speak to the girls at my camp. Girls Future Firefighter Camp had never had a curriculum in emergency management, and so the DC came to explain what we do. Not only did she give a thorough presentation, she engaged with the girls, spending each day of the camp cheering them on, encouraging them to become whatever they wanted to be in the future, and even cleaning up after them a few times. DC is helpful, kind, frank, approachable, focused, organized, and strong. In the 6 months I've known her, she has laid the groundwork for me to succeed. She has truly been the example of servant leadership and expects excellence in work ethics. It's going to be tough not seeing her in the office late when I am leaving. Usually when I'm leaving work after 6, she yells at me and she says, "Why are you still here?" All I want to say is, it's because you're still here and I'm learning from the best. The city of New Haven, you have gained a hardworking, integral, persevering woman. The city of New Haven, you have gained a hardworking, integral, persevering woman. So get ready, because her tenacity is contagious. I would like to say thank you so much for your time. And Deputy Commissioner Rush Kittle, You'll be missed at Demis.
Thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank-
And thank you. We'll go on to the next person. Eli, would you mind taking time? Because I think we have a few people that want to speak, so I want to make sure we all have an opportunity for everyone. 3 minutes for each person. Good evening, James Rovella.
Yes, Madam Chair, good evening, and good evening, everyone. My name is Commissioner James Rovella. My address is 1111 Country Club Road in Middletown, Connecticut, 06457. And it's the location of the Department of Emergency Services and Public Protection address, where I'm the commissioner. I'm also the Homeland Security Advisor to the governor. And briefly, ladies and gentlemen, my career spans almost 41 years, to include the Hartford Police Department as Chief of Police and the Chief State's Attorney's Office as the Chief Inspector. I appear before you this evening to fully support Agenda Amendment number 7, the appointment of Regina Rush Kittle as the Chief Administrative Officer for the City of New Haven. As Deputy Commissioner, Reggie has been a direct report to me for the past 3 years. Her scope of responsibility is emergency management and Homeland Security. She is also the Deputy Homeland Security to the governor. I'm sure everyone has had the opportunity to review her resume. May I add that it's impeccable and shows her qualifications, experience, and professionalism. I can also add, after my 3 years with Regina, that she has completed all tasks assigned to her at the highest level of efficiency and integrity. Notably, her biggest effort was at the height of COVID, as she was in charge of the EOC, the Emergency Operations Center, doing full activation and overseeing emergency management systems. Everything from the National Guard deployment, mobile hospital coordination, PPE requests and distribution, she handled it all. And if you think that wasn't enough, Mother Nature threw some high impact natural disaster storms into Connecticut, and she was responsible for the hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars of reimbursements from FEMA, along with making sure the disaster money gets back into the community and to make them whole after the storm. But tonight, maybe oddly, I'm not appearing here this evening to reiterate what you know or already read. It's interesting. I want to tell you, everyone, about some interesting and additional characteristics that make her a good fit for the city. Let's start about her enormous heart and compassion for the citizens she serves. I should describe it as unwavering. I guarantee you tonight that she will slowly weave her way through everyone's community in the Elm City. She will build coalition and consensus. She will learn your name, exchange telephone numbers, and she will listen intently. Her conversations will begin with life, family, and she'll make new friends, not just refer to you as contacts. I'm certain she will surprise you at every turn. She's approachable and without doubt will always be the right thing service to the citizens of New Haven. So thank you very much, everyone, and best of health to you. And thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Rovella. Thank you very much for your testimony this evening.
You're welcome.
And this is obviously for the CAO. Thank you.
Yes, it is.
Do we have Chief Dooley on the line? I see Chief Riddick of West Hartford. Is he on the line?
I am. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Thank you so much.
All right, good evening. It's been a long evening, so I will abbreviate my comments. My name is Vernon Riddick. The address is 103 Raymond Road, West Hartford, Connecticut. That is my work address. I've been in law enforcement for just under 30 years. I was the former chief of the Waterbury Police Department for 5.5 years, having served there for 24 years. And I'm in my 4th year at the West Hartford Police Department. I've known Regina for over a decade on a personal and a professional level. I'm also the chapter president of the National Organization of Black Law Enforcement Executives, and I've served under Regina in that capacity. What you're going to get with her besides her very impressive resume is integrity, commitment, and intelligence, and an unwavering work ethic. One of the commissioners, excuse me, one of the alders had mentioned earlier, how would Regina handle a challenge? Her entire career has been a challenge. She's become the first in many. And the good thing about her, she does not crack under pressure. And a challenge is an opportunity for growth. A challenge is an opportunity to overcome. She does not see a challenge as a barrier. And I am not one to just get on and say nice things about people unless it's true. And you will not be disappointed. And she has a heart of gold. And as far as her courage, at the time when she was our chapter president, she was a major, and there were several chiefs, police chiefs in our organization. And she kept us in line, and she held us accountable, and she made sure that our documentation was up in order and all of our responsibilities were done. She did it firm, but with compassion. And one last thing that you're going to learn about Regina, and it's a rare quality. Sometimes you have leaders, and sometimes you have managers. Regina is a leader and a manager. And when you have a person as a CAO position, that's what you need. She needs to allow her direct reports to do her job, to do their jobs, which she will. But from time to time, she does need to step in. That concludes my remarks. You are getting an amazing person and a tremendous candidate for CAO. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Chief Riddick. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to testify on behalf of CAO? Before we go on to the police chief, is there anyone in the audience that would like to testify on behalf of the new CAO? Anyone from the audience like to testify on behalf of the new CAO?
Rick Fontana is joining us, followed by John Alston.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Madam Chair, members of the committee.
State your name and address for the record, please.
Yep. Rick Fontana, 6 Leonard Street, West Haven, Connecticut.
Go ahead, Mr. Fontana.
Thank you. It is with great honor that I would like to second a lot of what was said tonight. I have known Deputy Commissioner Regina Rush Kittle for almost 3 years. I can tell you there is a lot of coordination and collaboration between the City of New Haven and the Department of Emergency Management and Homeland Security for the state. That agency has been led with grace, with compassion, but with strength. I have had the opportunity to work closely with Deputy Commissioner Regina Rush Kittle on many issues, whether it be Storm Isaias, the pandemic. We work very closely together on the cybersecurity committee at the state level. This is a great opportunity for the City of New Haven. I think we have an opportunity to have a very talented, a very strong, a very committed, and a very fair person leading the CAO's office. I think when we look back, we'll be able to say she was one of the best. I have worked for the city for 14 years. I am honored to work there. It is times when you need leadership and someone to hold folks accountable. I really think we have the right candidate. She has led one of the best agencies at the state level. And I could say that because I work together with that agency on a day-to-day basis. Commissioner Ravella said some very fine words. I know that there are folks out there that would like to speak on her behalf as well. I know that we're at the end of the night, but I want to just, in closing, say that we have the opportunity to get one of the best individuals to lead the CAO's office. I thank you for your time. I thank you for your commitment. Have a great evening and stay safe, everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Fontana. And before I go on to Chief Austin, I want to acknowledge that Alder Jeanette Morrison has also joined us this evening. Misty, do we have Chief Austin?
Good evening, Aldermanic Affairs Committee Chair Santana and the rest of the alders. I know it's late at night. I'll be brief, as you know I can be. I just wanted to say the person that we are selecting, that the mayor has put forth for the position of CAO. I've now worked with 2 CAOs in the city of New Haven. I've never worked directly with the deputy commissioner. However, the work that she has done has impacted.
Point of order, Chief. Can you just give us your name and address for the record, sir?
Oh,
please?
Absolutely. John Alston, 952 Grand Avenue. You think I would know that by now, right? City of New Haven. But what I can say, although we have not worked directly with each other, the direction, the impact, and the policies and practices that she's put together in the last 18, almost, I'm going to even say 19 months, that we've been dealing with not only COVID, but dealing with the testing sites that were set up in the city of New Haven on Long Wharf, the resources that her office has provided to us, both in PPE and in guidance. Add to that, like was said before, all of the natural disasters that we've had to deal with in the last year and a half. She has put forth amazing leadership. She has supported teams. And even though she comes from the police side, I know from my colleagues in fire, she has never, ever swayed from being a public servant or supporting public safety on both sides. And so I look forward to working with her in the future, should she be successful in this bid. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Chief Austin, very much for your comments. Is there anyone else who would like to speak on behalf of the CAO? Anyone else would like to speak on behalf of the CAO? Anyone else like to speak on behalf of the CAO? Seeing none, we'll go on to the Chief of Police. Are there any public testimony? I have a Wayne McRae, if he's still on the line. Followed by Barbara Fair.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening, Mr. McRae. You're here giving testimony on behalf for the Chief of Police, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, I would just like to say, first of all, I hear everybody was announcing her as the acting chief, but I would like to call her the action chief.
Point of order, please.
Excuse me?
You have to state your name and address for the record.
Yeah, my name is Wayne McRae. I'm at 140 Lloyd Street, New Haven, Connecticut.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm also a chaplain with the New Haven Police Department. As a testimony to Acting Chief Dominguez, and I like to say Action Chief. I met her in 2008, and as she served in the Hill North management area and the Hill South as well. I used to be one of the management team's co-chairs at the time, and she really was helpful with our Soapbox Derby program, launching that in Out of the Hill as well. you know, and I watch her as she has been promoted from sergeant to lieutenant, and as she served with the former chief Reyes, and as she took on the reins of the leadership, I really admire the leadership in her position as she stands and stay true to being dedicated to making a change in our community. And as I was listening to her testimony as well, as far as the servantry and with the community policing, one of the things through her serving and given the opportunity to bring a difference in community policing by including the clergy of our city. And we went through a training for about 8 weeks where we are now chaplains. And through that experience, it gave me more deeper depth in wanting to serve the community at another capacity and more of an outreach. And it's through the leadership of our acting chief, Chief Dominguez. And, you know, I know time is, you know, spent, but I don't, you know, want to take up a lot of time, but, you know, her leadership in following the former Chief Reyes, I think that it's imperative that we bring her in and to have her to continue to lead, because one of the things I know, she has been a real good follower. And in order to understand the direction for our city at this point, you know, it's a process. And I hear of, you know, of how she has led and how others had led the way. And she just stepped into position to pick up the reins, to carry on, to better lead us in the times that we're in. And through her leadership, through COVID, I think that it's only due diligent and fair that she be appointed and stay the, as I say, the action chief, because we have to continue the direction. And she's followed well. She's followed well. So I think that it's imperative that we allow her to continue to lead us and help us in this time. You know, there was some of the things that I heard previous about her participation. She's been very active in community support. There's several events through the chaplaincy that we have put on with the Stop the Violence campaigns. We just had a police motorcade on November 13th. And then on August 21st, we had a peace rally on the Green, and also honoring of some of our leaders. And one of the things that is memorable and that for the young people, to be able to help them to assist the young people in understanding the journey and the course that we're on, is through the leadership that have paved the way. And so we had exemplified. Yes.
Your 3 minutes are up.
Okay. Well, I just want to say that I appreciate this opportunity to share testimony, and we need to keep the acting chief in place. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. I do want to say that I also received testimony from Ms. Barbara Fair from my brother's keeper. We also received testimony from Herbert V. Johnson III. And we also received public testimony from Evelise Ribeiro, Chair of the Board of Police Commissioners. Just so everyone has information. Since Barbara Fair sent in written testimony, she probably is not on the call.
No, I am.
Oh, you are. Thank you. There you go.
Yeah.
So did you want to speak, or did you just want to
Yes.
save the
Yes.
written?
Yes, I do want to speak. My name is Barbara Fair. I'm 323 Center Street in West Haven. I did send in testimony, but after hearing the speeches and everything tonight, it just, I felt I had different things to say. First, I want to say this was very challenging to stay on this call for all of these hours, but I appreciate the opportunity to do so, and I do so because the New Haven community is just that important to me. And I say a lot of things publicly that many people just say in private spaces, and so a lot of times, you know, people distance themselves from me because, you know, I just speak the truth. And so, and whenever I speak on the issue of policing, opposition, people who want to silence me will always put out this false narrative that I hate cops, I'm anti-cop. And so that's how they try to diminish whatever I have to say. I don't let it bother me because I know I have lots of friends in the police department, former and current. And as a result of all the conversations we do have, I get to see what it's really like on the inside. I get to see the corruption, the things that go on. I get to see, I get to hear from some of the officers who left the department, who left not because it was just, oh, it's my retirement, but, you know, I've been in the department so long and I don't see any upward mobility, especially for people of color. And so many of them will leave as a result of that. When I look at all this millions of dollars in care funding that's coming into the city, and I think about, oh my gosh, so many opportunities for our kids to give them something to do, to have access to things. And yet we decided, you know, a lot of that money or majority of that money is going to be spent on surveilling and policing, providing more policing to a city that's already over policed. I know there are some people who ask for more police because they don't think that anything could be done without police. They don't even have a vision of having, you know, improving our community without police. So I can understand why some of them ask for it. I have actually been on the mayor's police task force that former Mayor Harp had. And in that, I learned a lot, you know, on that task force was community and police. And I learned a lot about the structural differences, things that get in the way of some of our young people in our community getting on the police force. And so those are some of the things that we tried to tackle. I was also on the Perth Police Task Force, talking about all the ways we can improve and change the culture of policing in New Haven. We spent millions of dollars, countless hours putting together this plan for how do we improve New Haven policing. And I've seen very little of that actually be adopted. The majority of thing that I see that was actually adopted is having 4 assistant chiefs, and I really don't even see how that really helped us, but we did it. I heard talk about, you know, people making suggestions today. How about community meetings with police and community and the police listening to us? That's something I did for years in our community, trying to bring the community together so that police can understand our community. So there's a lot of things that people were talking about, a vision for doing that's been done already. One of my concerns was the fact that, you know, so many people on this panel talked about community policing. I remember when community policing was real in New Haven, when we had a chief who actually would be out there on the corner talking to the kids. And as someone I felt I could go to and talk about issues that were going on in the community. I've had a lot of bad experiences with police officers, but I've had some really, really rewarding experiences. Police officers who I consider my family. And because of the conversations that I have with them, I know we are a long way from doing what's best for our community. I see a lot of eroding public trust in the way that different things go on with police officers, corruption, criminal acts, and there's no real transparency and accountability for it. I see things like that happening. So just to make this short, I just want to talk about the 7 stages of change. And this is what we have to really think about if we really, really want to change something. We have to stop with all the rhetoric, the long resumes and all of these scripted things. We have to really care about this community to give this community what it wants. And what it does not need is more police. It needs more resources, more hope for our young people. And those are the things that we have to think about. But at least I want to leave you with the 7 stages of change. First, you have, there's no perception that there's a problem. I mean, just take, for example, the people feel that we need community policing. The chief thinks we already have that. No concept that there's a need to change. Stage 2 is the initial recognition that behavior may be a problem and they're little ambivalent about change. In the 3rd stage, we decide to make some changes. The 4th stage, we take some action steps. I've seen these steps happen. And then the 5th step is maintenance. How do we actively work on sustaining changing strategies and maintaining them long change? And then number 6 is when we lapse or relapse and go back to the old ways, the problematic behaviors and patterns. And then 7, when relapse or lapse occurs, recognize it's time for recovery and begin the process as step 1 if we have to get back on track. And until we think with those 7 stages of change, instead of just pretending that we don't have a problem, we will never change what's going on in New Haven Police Department. When we look at the fact where that who's running this department, it's really concerning to me that this department that I used to know so many officers and have fun with, that they're all gone. And now we're getting this almost all white, all military, all suburban police force. And look at the community. They don't reflect our community. And coming into the city part-time to do this kind of work, there's no real investment in our city. So I'm going to end it there because I know a lot of these things you guys know, you have to know that they're going on. And what we have to do is decide that we're going to go to 7. We're going to recognize we've lapsed. We've gone far away from community policing. And the chief was right when she said that there's a change in the structure in policing. Yes, it is definite a structure change, shift, but it's not in the right direction. So we have to decide that, okay, this is where we are. We've relapsed. We've lost the hold that people like Chief Pastor, former chief had. We've lost that. And how do we bring it back? And that's when we're investing in this community, you will do that. And so I'm going to leave it there because there's a lot more that could be said tonight. But like I said, this whole process has been very exhausting. And I just want to keep it moving for the other people who are left behind. I do want to respect the time of the other people who are left to talk. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Barbara Fair, for your testimony.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if John Lugo is on the phone. If he is, the next person is CJ Black and Brown United, if they're available. After that is Bishop Theodore Brooks.
Good afternoon. I am
Good
Catherine
afternoon.
John. Hi, I am Catherine John. I reside in Ward 21 at 27 Harding Place, New Haven, which is not a real sanctuary city because ICE is assisted by the police and able to detain people. I live in the community where Paul Witherspoon and Stephanie Washington were profiled by officers from NHPD, HPD, and YPD. Like my neighbors, most of whom are Black and brown, who some may refer to as historically disadvantaged, many of whom work very hard doing essential work. We take care of our trees planted by URI because we need breathable air as the oppressed lives among ongoing construction, which is contracted mostly to white contractors. I'm an immigrant mother to 2 Black young adults. I also lead a grassroots local organization called Black and Brown United in Action, or BBUA. BBUA advocates for the social and racial justice and recognizes racism as a public health crisis. Earlier this evening, I attended a Hamden Police Commission meeting, who this evening at 5:12 p.m. in a quorum and on record justified the use of force, specifically the use of a chokehold under, quote, extreme circumstances, and carefully ignored questions asking for the definition of said extreme circumstances, and also ignoring the relation of equity to police accountability, emergency, and crisis response. That said, I'm here today to testify in regard to the 8th agenda item, particularly against the appointment of Renee Dominguez as Chief of Police in the city of New Haven. She is right, she does not deserve this position, and she did not really specify how she's leading diversity from top to bottom. In the interest of time, I will focus on the 3 main reasons why BBUA is opposed to her appointment. The first is her efforts to establish a racial hierarchy at the New Haven Police Department. She uses the term community policing very loosely and evades speaking to the equity, best mental wellness practices for the community and inclusivity relative to the community and community policing. She supports policing in schools and ignores the adverse impacts of SROs, what they have on the community's involvement and perception of community policing. Last August, she presented before the Board of Police Commissioners a slate of 14 officers that she recommended for a promotion. 12 of the 14 were white. Maybe they were the only people willing and able, or maybe that's what community policing looks like to her. At present, and for the first time in 28 years, New Haven does not have any Black or brown people in a leadership position. There are no Black or brown assistant chiefs, nor captains who identify as Black or brown. The second related reason that we are opposing this nomination is her blatant embrace of Blue Lives Matter and the thin blue line, both of which are racially divisive symbols that stand for the militarization of the police, and us versus them mentality that pits the police against the community. Behavior and tactics very reminiscent of the Trump regime, and we saw how that went back on January 6th.
If you could wrap up your
yes, yes, I will. Thank you. The third is her treatment of immigrants under her leadership. After decades of effort to establish the trust, as Ms. Fair just described, today immigrants have come to fear and distrust the police in our community. I'm going to also email this to you all because there are added parts. But the gist of it is, and I will end it here by saying that, you know, when a Yale student was killed, everything was stopped for that. But we still have people who have gone without answers, such as Kmart Tanner. I'll end by saying tonight that after waiting hours to testify, I watched as mostly white persons presented their some notable roles within our city, which is no surprise, and more so shows the normalized social behavior, given that even in our own police department, it appears to be morally bankrupt, considering the lack of courageous leadership. What the Board of Alders can bring to the table is an objection to this appointment and restore the equity, genuinely empower and respect Black and brown people by making active moves to show an interest in Black and brown professionals and people. We pay taxes unlike Yale. Our lives, our thoughts matter, and we are not the minority. We are the majority. We are the poor people. We are fed up and we deserve better. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. I see that Stacy Spell has joined us. Thank you, Stacy, for joining us.
Good evening, all. I hope you can hear me.
Yes.
My name is Stacy R. Spell. I reside 157 Church Street, 25th floor. I am speaking tonight in support of Interim Chief Renee Dominguez. Renee Dominguez is someone that I've come to know through the years as a program manager for Project Longevity New Haven. Project Longevity New Haven is a group gang gun violence reduction initiative out of the U.S. Attorney's Office that has been in place since 2012. I have been at the helm since 2014. In that capacity, I have seen true collaboration with the police department. We are heralded for our collaborative efforts, and Renee is part of that. Interim Chief Renee Dominguez is truly an innovative, hardworking, tenacious, progressive, strong leader with integrity. Yes, we are under a number of problems, and the police department will always be a work in progress, but it's something that we have to work together. Renee has proven herself as a strong leader, has led the department. I can say that even a mature cadre as myself have been able to learn from Chief Dominguez. It's in that spirit of collaboration that we truly need to focus on, because our collaborative efforts move more than just beyond law enforcement, local, state, and federal. It also entails creating new relationships in the community. I can say firsthand that Interim Chief Renee Dominguez has invested and working towards building greater police trust and legitimacy. She is someone that I have personally walked the community with. She is someone that holds officers accountable, which is something that most people don't expect. She is, as the book of Esther, I believe, says in the Old Testament, she was born for a time such as this. She would make a great addition, becoming the appointed first female police chief. And yes, there are many mountains still to climb, but at least we're engaged in this together, and you have an able-bodied chief that is committed to community policing, to lowering the crime, to community outreach. And with that, I can't speak more in favor of her or glowingly. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Stacy Spell, for your testimony. Do we have Sam Fawcett or Kathleen Bradley? Hi.
Hi,
Hi.
it's Nina Fawcett,
Okay.
420 Huntington Street in New Haven, and that's in New Hallville.
Okay.
I just a little background about me. I have been on the management team for 6 years. 2 of those years were where Intern Chief Dominguez was our district manager. I'm also on the New Haven CRB currently. During the time that she was our district manager, she introduced us to the officers. This was new. I've been in New Haven for over 10 years now in the same location. We got to know the officers. They came to our management team meetings. We saw them about. She had instituted where the officers in cars in the winter, if they saw a kid without a coat, they'd give him a coat. This was new for New Hallville. And I think what I see when she gave her testimony, she is passionate about policing, passionate about community. And whatever Stacy Spells said, I put an exclamation point on that. I took a quick little survey of the people that I know have worked with her. And I said, well, what do you think about, Chief Dominguez? We love her. And that is what I heard over and over again. And that includes myself. When she was promoted out of this district, we were sad and upset. All I can say is she started a very good thing here. And she developed a lot of good relationships. And as far as my work on the CRB, I can see where she is holding her officers accountable. I've seen it, where that if they make a mistake and it's on the body cam, they get corrected. And they don't get corrected in a way where they get punished. It's to learn, to grow, to become better. So when she talks of mentoring and she talks of improving, so she's a leader, but she's a leader in the type where she wants to treat her employees, let's say, in a way that makes them grow and be better so that they can, in fact, take leadership positions later on as they grow. I can't say enough good things about her. And from what she has spoken, is she wants to hold everyone to a higher standard. And I believe that's the way we have to go if we want to improve New Haven. Thank you.
Alder Hamilton, can you call the next speaker, Kathleen Bradley or Robert Bradley? I'm having technical difficulties.
Is Miss Kathleen Bradley on the call, please? Kathleen Bradley, are you with us?
Yes. Yes, I'm
May
here.
we have, good evening, ma'am. May we have your name and address for the record before you give your testimony, please?
Yes, my name is Kathleen Bradley. I live at 21 West Rock Avenue in New Haven, 06515. That's in the Westville section of New Haven.
Okay, you may proceed. Thank you, ma'am.
Well, I'm here. I would like to, I would like to heartily endorse Acting Chief Dominguez to be elevated to the chief. She was our district manager here. I'm a co-captain of a block watch here in the Westville section, and I had different leadership positions on the Westville West Hills community management team, and I found Acting Chief Dominguez to be a person who was willing to listen. She always did her best. Like anybody else, you don't always agree with the person, but she always listened to you. And I respected her and always listened to her. And it was a very, very rewarding relationship. We were sad when she was elevated out of our CMT too. She did an excellent job. She was, the community policing was never so robust as it was when she was here. The food drives, the backpacks for the kids at school, the collection of the candy, all sorts of just one thing after another. And she was always utilized the entire community as like a force multiplier. She was never afraid to ask or to tap you for this or that. I need food for this particular family, or I need just anything that she needed, and she would get it because people respected her and knew that she was doing the best she could for the community. And I think that she'll make a really good chief. I don't know this Regina Rush Kittle, but I heard all of her testimony because I've been hanging out the whole night listening. I says, boy, the two of them together, what a team. I mean, I think really good things can happen here. And, I love New Haven. I'm not a native New Havener, but I moved here and I've lived many places. And I just think that this is just a great place because of, all the diverse opinions and everything that, but that I'm not going to go on and on, but I endorse Acting Chief Dominguez wholeheartedly. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bradley, for your testimony. Wonderful. Is Ms. Kim Harris the next person on our list?
Yes, she is, Alder Hamilton.
Hi, Ms. Harris. Can we have your name and address for the record, please?
Yes, hello, good evening, Madam Chair and Alders. My name is Kim Harris of 29 Lander Street, New Haven, Connecticut.
Go right
I've
ahead.
Thank you very much. I've had the pleasure of knocking on the doors in my neighborhood and told them that I would be testifying in support of Acting Chief Dominguez, and what would be their thoughts. As we talked, there were lots of things we have in common. We know that the chief is a big part of the quality of life. And with that, there's an expectancy. It is important for the police under this new administration to make positive investments in our people with community policing, follow-ups with the residents, and input on plans that are going to impact us. In closing, as a grassroots resident born and raised in New Hallville, a community of needs, I know that as we move to develop and control our narrative, we look forward to Acting Chief Renee Dominguez and her staff treating the community of New Hallville with the greatest possible portion of dignity and respect, while ensuring our next generation that they will see officers that look like them. To the chair and to the committee, I thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Harris, for your testimony this evening. Do we have Don Walker, Police Commissioner? Good evening, Mr. Walker.
Good evening. My name is Donald Walker. I'm the Vice Chair of the Police Commission in New Haven, and I'd like to testify in support of the appointment of Acting Chief Renee Dominguez. Over the time that I've known her to be a very hardworking, ethical person who has been very responsive. In addition to that, anytime I've had to call her in regards to an issue that I've had, she's responded within a very short period of time in a positive way. She's also done more to recruit minority and officers from the city of New Haven than any chief I've worked with. She's worked very hard to diversify our police department, but one of the things, and we all want that. I know all members of the Police Commission want that, and I think all members of the city, all citizens of the city of New Haven want that. But due to the fact that we're so shorthanded, this is a process that takes time. It takes a long time to make a police officer, from the time we get someone to the academy to the time they're out on the street acting and serving the public. That is something that's going to happen, as she's indicated, but again, it doesn't happen overnight. We've been shorthanded for a long time, and she's been working very hard to get more officers on the street, to relieve some of the overtime problems that we've had, that all of you are aware of, and to make our whole system more responsive to the citizens in New Haven. I support her strongly. I believe that, again, she'll be a good chief. I hope she sticks around for a while, as some of our other chiefs have left early, just as some of our officers have left early when they've been eligible to retire. But in my mind, since the time she's been here and assumed this responsibility, she's done a good job. She works hard and she has integrity. So again, I'm not going to take up a lot of time because it's very late and it's way past my bedtime. And there's other people who want to speak. But again, I think she has done a good job and I respect the job she's done, and I think she'll be a good chief. And thank you for your time, members of the Board of Aldermanic Affairs and the Chair Santana. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Walker, for your testimony this evening. I see that we have Anthony Duff on. You're welcome to testify this evening. Thank you.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
My name is Anthony Duff. I live at 130 Lowen Avenue here in Ward 26 in New Haven. I'm a retired police captain, and I'm here to offer my wholehearted support for Renee Dominguez to be the permanent chief of the police department. I'll get right to it. I've lived in the city of New Haven for 37 years. I've been married to a native New Havener for the past 31 years. And I recently retired from the police department after 25 years. I've known Acting Chief Dominguez since she was an officer, and then later as a district manager in a couple of different districts. She actually served my neighborhood. She's wonderful with kids, seniors, very engaged with the community. She talked a little bit about the K-9 program, but she's also very good with just pet rescues and that kind of work. I actually have a cat that Renee rescued along with some other kittens about 8 years ago, and I still have that cat as a household pet. I supervised the patrol unit when she was in the neighborhood as a district manager, and I also know her work when she was in charge of the Special Victims Unit, the SVU that she spoke of. Very tedious work, and I'll give a quick example of how tenacious, how she's transparent in her leadership, and doesn't take the easy way out. There was a case where an officer didn't handle a sexual assault or a rape of a prostitute. This is back during the area of 2017, 2018. And Renee's unit, the Special Victims Unit, she and her sergeant met with the victim, found other victims, and rather than just do a press release, I later became the public information officer. She and her sergeant put together a series of interviews with the whole Connecticut press pool if they wanted to come and talk to the unit individually. And it was just some amazing work, and they built 8 cases. After what started with just that one case that was initially bundled or not handled properly. And so what was initially a blemish of Renee and her unit turned around to show the positive effects of good policing. And it's a good example of her hard work, her responsiveness to community concerns. Other than that, I would just like to add that I think she's level-headed, and she'll make a great permanent chief of police. And again, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, committee members, for having me and allowing me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, former Chief Captain Duff. I see we have John Alston, who's the fire chief. Would you like to speak in favor of Interim Chief Dominguez?
Yes, I would, Madam Chair. Thank you. John Alston, 952 Grand Avenue, New Haven, Connecticut. And I apologize for the background noise. My 92-year-old dad is staying with me for the holiday, and he's watching some program back there. So I want to get right to it so I can spend some time with him. Renee Dominguez is a consummate professional. I've had the opportunity in my 5 years here to work with her on some large scale, moderate scale, and small scale incidents, both in emergency and even in event planning. She has a strong work ethic. She is a person of integrity. She's a tremendous practitioner of her craft and a valuable team member in emergencies. But I want to tell you about the compassionate side of her. When we recently lost a firefighter, Renee Dominguez and Chief Carl Jacobson were among the first people to come to the hospital and did not leave our side until the families were taken care of and we were able to leave. It wasn't a police event. It wasn't an emergency that involved them, but that's the type of character that drives this fantastic young woman. And she is a role model to not only her daughters, but to other young ladies who might want to pursue a career, and young men pursue a career in public safety, particularly in the police department. So I just wanted to give her my positive vibes, and I wish her all the success in the world. And if anything I could say tonight that will sway you and impress upon you, you are making the right choice. She's a phenomenal candidate. Thank you.
Chair Santana, you're on mute.
I apologize. Thank you, Chief Austin. We have Rick Fontana on the phone. on the
Good
phone,
evening.
on live speaker. It's
it-
getting late at night.
Yeah,
It is.
certainly understandable, and I'll be quick. Rick Fontana, 6 Leonard Street, West Haven, Connecticut. Again, good evening. I know that you guys have had a long night, but it's well worth it, because we're here tonight to really acknowledge and hope to pass along the next police chief of the New Haven Police Department. I have been honored to work alongside of acting police chief Renee Dominguez. As you know, there's a lot of coordination between the emergency management, police department, and fire department. I can tell you, Chief Dominguez has been a hands-on individual. There is not a time, and there has not been a time that when something was needed, that she has not stepped in and made the absolute right choice. She has been a great leader, working alongside of her, not only through COVID, but through the day-to-day operations that the city of New Haven encounters between law enforcement, fire, EMS, and also the Emergency Operations Center. I know that she'll be a great chief, and as a great mom, and as you know, Renee has done a fantastic job in the acting role, and it would be hard pressed to find a better choice than her to lead the New Haven Police Department. I hope you'll give her the best of consideration. She's the right person for the job. She's a great leader, a lot of integrity, a great mom, and a great friend to all. Thank you for the opportunity. Have a great night.
Thank you, Mr. Fontana. I also see that we have Assistant Chief Justin McCarthy, who would like to speak.
Good evening, Alders. Good evening, Chair Santana. It's good to see everyone here. I just want to take a couple seconds to, again, reiterate what everyone else has been saying just before me, Chief Alston and Rick Fontana, about the work ethic and dedication of Renee Dominguez. But I also want to speak to her on a personal level. I too started in Newellville. I started on Gulf Street, and I would occasionally see Renee when she was still on the street, when she was out in the field and she was interacting with people. And she always treated people with respect. And that was something that I always looked up to when I got to New Haven as well, to work in the city. Just for point of order, Justin McCarthy, 952 Grand Avenue.
Thank you.
With that being said, this year's been very difficult for the fire department, as Chief Wilson said. And that's when I developed a very close relationship with Renee Dominguez. And as we all know, Ricardo Torres passed away. Lieutenant Samad Rankins was injured severely at 190 Valley Street. And as Chief Wilson said, Renee Dominguez was one of the first people at the hospital, and she provided nothing but assistance throughout that trying time. But what people didn't see was the constant texts and phone calls to check in on not only myself, but members of our team over here at Fire. Renee always reaches out. She always stays on top of things. She always engages, and she always takes things extremely seriously to the heart. And I think that shows her dedication to not only the police department, but to public safety and to the citizens of New Haven. That's why I think she'll make a great choice for chief of this city, and she will be something that we can be immensely proud of as both residents and servants to the community in this city. So thank you very much. Have a good rest of your night, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Assistant Chief McCarthy. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on behalf of Assistant Chief of Police? Is there anyone else that would like to speak on behalf of the Assistant Chief of Police? Anyone else that would like to speak on behalf of the Assistant Chief Police? Seeing none, Alder Saban. Oh, wait.
Excuse me. Yeah, Michelle Lee Rodriguez.
Okay, thank you. Got in just under the wire, Michelle.
I was trying. I
Good evening. I've been on the call since I got home. Thank God. Good evening, Madam Chair, Santana and Alders. I'm Michelle Rodriguez. I'm from 33 Clay Street, New Haven, and I will be very brief. Past my bedtime too. I have known Acting Chief Renee Dominguez since she was an officer and have been able to witness her growth in the New Haven Police Department. As a police officer, sergeant, and lieutenant, she proved herself to be dedicated to the communities that she has served. In New Hallville and Westville, we worked together with the backpacks for the kids, and she worked tirelessly doing those events and making sure that the children of that area were supplied. She's always been available. She's a listener. She is a giver, a participant. And in so much, when she was transferred out of those areas, the folks in those areas were not too happy that that happened. But that change allowed for us in Fairhaven to experience her as a leader and where I live at. And I was extremely ecstatic to know that she was coming our way. To know that she was transferred to us here in Fairhaven, we knew that, or at least I knew that she was going to be an instrumental leader into this area. Here, she engaged with the Spanish community seamlessly. And even though it was short-lived, in my opinion, it was a great success. She loves her job. She's dedicated to it. She's dedicated to the city of New Haven, without doubt, and to the folks of our communities. She is community involved and she is community driven, and I believe and support her as the right choice for the appointment of Chief of Police for New Haven. So with that, I say thank you, Madam Chair Santana and Alders, for your time and commitment to the city and to all that you do. And I hope that she gets the appointment.
Thank you. Thank you, Michelle Rodriguez. And is there anyone else from the public that would like to testify on behalf of Chief Dominguez? Is there anyone from the public that would like to testify on behalf of the Assistant Chief Dominguez? Anyone from the public would like to testify on behalf of Assistant Chief Dominguez? Seeing none, Alder Saban.
Madam Chair, I move that we close the public portion of this hearing.
Is there a second?
Motion.
I'm sorry?
I second the motion.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I didn't hear that. It has been first and second discussion. No discussion. All in favor, say aye.
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 Alder Saban?
I move that we adjourn.
Second.
Do I need to ask for discussion on for adjournment?
Point
No,
of
ma'am.
order, Madam. Point of order,
Yes,
Madam Chair. The CAO appointment.
that's going to be discharged as well to the committee, to the full board. We're doing both
Okay.
as discharges. Thank you, Alder Rodriguez. We're discharging both the CAO and the Assistant Chief to the chief position to the full board to be voted on December 6th. Okay. Any questions, clarifications? I just want to make sure everybody understands. Okay, Alder Saban, repeat that again, please.
Madam Chair, I move that we adjourn.
Second.
All in favor of adjourning?
Aye.
Aye. All right, thank you guys for sticking it out with me. Have a good night.
We are adjourned. Good night.
Yes, good
Good
night.
night, everyone.
Good night.
Good job, everyone. Thank